Chapter 2067. While Jiu and company were watching the battle, Wang Lin arrived at the Celestial Clan. He looked at the familiar land and felt a bit melancholy. Hundreds of years ago, I left this place and went to the Ji clan. Today, I've returned. Wang Lin let out a sigh, and his divine sense spread out toward the 72 continents of the Celestial Clan. A moment later, all 72 continents were within Wang Lin's divine sense. As his divine sense spread out, Wang Lin revealed a smile. With his cultivation level back then, he couldn't find his old friends like this. However, as the number one person on the immortal astral continent, he can do it. Zhou, Yi, and Qin Shuang's cultivation levels have increased. I wonder if he still has that pill. Wang Lin's divine sense swept by and didn't stop. This is Situ. Wang Lin's smile widened as if he had seen something. He should be Master Hong Shan. After reincarnating, he still looks the same. Zhou Ru. This child didn't embark on the path of cultivation. I wonder how many times he has reincarnated. Wang Lin looked into the distance with a gentle expression. Sure, San. He was originally a very good person, and now his cultivation level is not bad. From the looks of it, he will soon. Big Head, this pitiful person in the cave world, uses his fierce appearance to hide his weakness. He's like this here. This is Shengonghu. He actually became the sect master of a sect. Wang Lin was surprised. Is she Red Butterfly? That mark can't be wrong. Qing Lin. He didn't choose to cultivate, but reincarnated several times like a mortal. Senior brother, Shimizu. Wang Lin's expression suddenly became serious, and he carefully looked toward the west. That was where he felt Shimizu was. However, the mark on Shimizu's body was almost undetectable. If it wasn't for the fact that Wang Lin's cultivation level was far higher than before, he wouldn't have noticed it. If all of senior brother Shimizu's marks had disappeared, then even if my divine sense swept by, I wouldn't be able to find him among the countless people. Fortunately, there is still a trace of his mark. Wang Lin's divine sense continued to search the 72 continents of the Celestial Clan. He had done the same thing when he left the Ji clan, but he couldn't find any trace of his old friends. In his heart, there was a beautiful figure that made him feel complicated. That figure belonged to a woman named Li Qianmei. Nothing. Wang Lin's divine sense swept through the 72 continents of the Celestial Clan again and again. He found almost everyone, except for her. Still nothing. Wang Lin couldn't remember how many times he had searched. He searched again and again, but the result was the same. He couldn't find Li Qianmei's mark, and he couldn't find her. It was just like when he searched the ancient land. He couldn't find her. How could she not be found? Wang Lin's expression could not remain calm. His body flickered and his divine sense spread out. This time, not only did he cover the Celestial Clan, he even covered the vast basin and the ancient clan. With his current cultivation level, he covered them all. He searched again and again, and his divine sense spread out again and again. But in the end, he still couldn't find Li Qianmei's mark. Wang Lin's face turned pale. He couldn't find her. Could there have been an accident during the reincarnation? Wang Lin felt a stabbing pain in his heart. He couldn't forget the woman named Li Qianmei, her pale face and gentle gaze. She had come to the immortal astral continent for him. For him, she had left her father and reincarnated alone. She had been waiting for the man she loved to find her and open up her memories. Impossible. Wang Lin's divine sense spread out once more. After an entire day, his divine sense swept every inch of the immortal astral continent. But in the end, he found nothing. Wang Lin pressed his chest. He felt pain as he looked at the world and suddenly laughed. However, this laughter was filled with anger toward the heavens. You allowed me to find Li Muin's soul, but you made me lose Li Qianmei's figure. Is this a great fortune? Is this the will of the heavens playing with people? I don't believe I'll be able to find her. Wang Lin roared at the sky. His roar echoed for a long time and lingered. With teacher's help, the chance of an accident during the reincarnation isn't high. Now that I can't find her, the biggest possibility is that she recovered her memories earlier than senior brother Shimizu. causing the mark to disappear. Wang Lin closed his eyes. After analyzing this, he was almost certain that this was the case. With his eyes closed, he could vaguely see a woman in white in a strange place. She was looking up at the sky with tears in her eyes. She had long remembered her previous life, but she avoided it. Or perhaps she didn't want to see Wang Lin. The sky gradually darkened. Wang Lin stood in the air and opened his eyes. There was a hint of sadness and confusion in his eyes. He silently walked forward and slowly disappeared into the darkness. Celestial Clan, Western Continent, Cloud Wave Continent. In the northern part of the continent, there was a sect. This sect wasn't very big. It could only be considered a small sect in the Yuntao continent. Early in the morning, as many disciples were cultivating, a middle-aged man was sitting cross-legged in a secret room in the back mountain of the sect. This man's face was filled with determination and coldness. He was wearing black and had his eyes closed as he slowly cultivated. Ripples spread out from his body and shrouded the area. This revealed that his cultivation had reached the peak of the second step and was only one step away from the third step. As the fastest cultivation speed in the Golden Furnace sect in the past 1,000 years, he had a high reputation in the sect. In just 1,000 years, he had reached this level and was even personally taught by the head elder of the Golden Furnace sect. If it was just his cultivation level, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, this person was decisive and had a lot of fame in the Cloud Wave continent. He had even killed a third-step cultivator that had just entered the third step, causing his name to be known by many sections. In particular, his killing was even more decisive than some third-step almighties. 9 out of 10 people who fought with him would die at his hands. This slaughter not only made him the strongest among the younger generation in the Golden Furnace sect, but even some of the ordinary elders were frightened by the killing intent he exuded. His name was Wang Shi, stone as in stone. He was an orphan and didn't know who his parents were. He was picked up by an old Taoist from the Golden Furnace sect and grew up here. He only knew that when he cultivated, he would vaguely see a figure. That figure was very tall and gave him a familiar and warm feeling. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't see the appearance of that figure. In fact, at the very beginning, even this figure was blurry. As his cultivation level increased, this figure gradually became clearer. He had a feeling that if he could reach the third step, perhaps he would be able to see this figure clearly. This was the reason why he cultivated like crazy. Wang Shi. At this moment, as he was meditating, a voice came from outside the secret room. Shortly after, a ball of light flew over and spread out before him, turning into an illusory figure. It was an old man. The man opened his eyes and looked at the old man. He respectfully got up and bowed. "Greetings, head elder. You still don't want to call me teacher." The illusory figure frowned. This disciple made him feel very strange. He had wanted to take this person as a disciple, but this person had remained silent and didn't agree. This made him unhappy, but as time passed, this person's cultivation speed became faster and faster, which attracted his attention. He didn't consider taking this person as a teacher, but he still personally taught him spells. After many years, they had become teacher and disciple, but this Wang Shi still hadn't called him teacher. Wang Shi didn't know why, but he felt that his teacher wasn't the person before him, but he was confused about who it was. Forget it. Pack up and leave the mountain in 3 days. Go to the Daoyun sect on my behalf to deliver the congratulatory gift. The illusory figure shook his head and gradually disappeared. Wang Shi respectfully nodded. After the illusory figure disappeared, there was a hint of confusion in his eyes. After a long time, he let out a sigh, and his expression was once again filled with determination. Just as he was about to continue sitting down, a sigh came from behind him. This sigh came too suddenly, causing Wang Shi's body to tremble. However, he didn't recklessly turn around. He knew that this person had arrived without him noticing, and even his teacher hadn't noticed, so this person's cultivation level was extremely high. "Who are you?" Wang Shi asked in a low voice. "Tell me, why are you called Wang Shi? Who gave you that name?" A gentle voice came from behind Wang Shi. When the voice entered Wang Shi's ears, his heart trembled for some reason. It was extremely familiar, as if some of his memories were about to awaken. His eyes couldn't help becoming confused as he subconsciously opened his mouth to speak. I'm an orphan. I gave myself this name. I think my surname should be Wong. The silence behind him caused Wong Shi's eyes to light up. He took this opportunity to turn around and saw a young man in white standing behind him. The young man had a head of white hair and was looking at him with a gentle gaze like an elder looking at a nephew. After seeing the appearance of the person before him, Wang Shi's body trembled and his mind rumbled. The figure in his dream appeared in his mind and gradually overlapped with this person. You. The confusion in his eyes became even stronger. Wang Lin let out a sigh and raised his right hand to point at the spot between Wang Shi's eyebrows. This caused Wang Shi's mind to tremble violently, and as the rumbling continued, his memory suddenly recovered. Mas. Teacher. San greets teacher. Tears flowed down from the man's eyes, and he knelt down before Wang Lin without hesitation. His eyes were filled with excitement. The third night had erupted today, and there was one more night to go. Chapter 2068. In the northeast of the mountain continent, there was an endless mountain range. At the foot of the mountain range, not far from the official road, there was a village that looked like a peach garden. There weren't many people in the village, only a few hundred. Most of them were hunters who relied on hunting the wild beasts in the dense forest of the mountain range. This wasn't a village at all. In the beginning, it was just a wasteland for hunters to rest. It was unknown when it was, but a group of officials from the capital came here with their families. Slowly, as time passed, the place became like this. In the west of the village, there was a house surrounded by a fence. There were some chickens and ducks in the yard, and a teenage girl wearing patched linen clothes was feeding the poultry with a dustpan. Smoke rose from the chimney. It was early in the morning, and breakfast was being prepared in the house. Mother, I had a dream last night. I dreamed that I became an immortal. The girl laughed happily as she fed the poultry. Child, you're already so old. Why are you still fantasizing about becoming an immortal? When I was your age, I was already married to your father. A gentle voice came from the house. That's because my father is the most powerful hunter in the village. I heard that there were many people who wanted to go on blind dates with my father. The girl giggled. Her expression was very cute. She wasn't particularly beautiful, but she had a pure and cute temperament. Girl, who did you hear that from? A young woman walked out of the house. Her clothes were simple, but they couldn't hide her beauty. At this moment, she was glaring and pretending to be angry. In her hand was a spatula used for cooking. The girl was about to speak when a hearty laugh came from outside the door. I said it. The door was pushed open, and a strong middle-aged man walked in. He had a bow and arrows on his shoulder, and he was carrying a dead small beast. There were dried bloodstains on his legs, but it was unknown whether they belonged to the small beast or him. Father. The girl's face was full of surprise. She quickly put down the dustpan and walked forward. Wow, it's a leopard. Its fur is so beautiful. This is great. The girl's eyes lit up, and she jumped in joy. Why did you go for so long this time? Normally, you would be back in 2 or 3 days. The young woman hurriedly walked over and helped the middle-aged man take down the small beast and the bow. The man rubbed the girl's head and said with a smile, the girl said she wanted a good fur coat. On the way, we encountered this leopard beast and were delayed in our pursuit. What happened to your leg? The young woman saw the bloodstain on the man's leg and quickly bent down to look. There was a shallow scratch there. It's okay. With little White here, the wild beasts in the mountain can't hurt me. As the man laughed, a black shadow suddenly rushed in from outside the gate and pounced on the girl. It stuck out its big tongue and licked her. It was a big black dog. It's just that it looks like a ferocious tiger. It's very shocking. This time, little White learned to roar like a tiger in the mountains. Sometimes, I really don't understand whether it's a tiger or a dog. The man looked at the dog and smiled bitterly. Little White is so good, so obedient. When the girl heard this, she pushed the big black dog away and stroked its fur. The mutt seemed to be enjoying it very much. Its body fell down, and its belly was exposed. As the girl laughed, she scratched its belly as if she was scratching an itch. It was so comfortable that it let out a series of cooing sounds. It sounded like a tiger. The family was so happy that they didn't notice a figure in white floating in the sky. Wang Lin looked down and saw the happiness of the family. When he saw the girl smile, a smile also appeared on his face. Little White, I almost forgot that it was also brought here and reincarnated. I just didn't expect it to be reincarnated to intimidate the big dog. And from the looks of it, it has already become a spirit and has a good cultivation level. As Wang Lin smiled, the dog lying on the ground turned its eyes. It seemed to see Wang Lin in the sky and revealed a startled expression. That expression instantly turned into fear. The big dog blinked its eyes, and even its cooing stopped. Oh, you recognized me? Wang Lin looked at the dog and saw the fear in its eyes. His smile widened. However, the dog's abnormality didn't attract the attention of the family. That was because the girl was looking at her father and talking intimately. Dad, I had a dream last night. I dreamed that I became an immortal. Yes, an immortal is good. Little girl, you will definitely become an immortal in the future. The man smiled. I don't want to be an immortal. I feel like I've been an immortal my whole life, but I'm not happy. I've never been happy. Instead, I'm happy now. I'm just dreaming. In any case, I don't want to become an immortal. I want to be with Dad and Mom for the rest of my life. There was a hint of seriousness in the girl's words. Her words caused Wang Lin to pause. A complicated expression appeared in his eyes as he looked at the girl's happy smile and then at the peaceful mountain village. After a long time, Wang Lin took one last deep look and then disappeared into the sky. Perhaps this kind of life is what she wants. That night, the girl had another dream. In that dream, she seemed to have another name. She was called Zhou, and there was a black tiger next to her called Whitey. She always liked to bully the tiger and make it stand on its head. She also had an uncle who was like a relative to her. In the dream, the uncle asked her if she wanted to leave with him. She was silent for a long time. After thinking about it for a long time, she told the uncle who was like a relative that she wanted to stay here. That night, the dog also had a dream. It dreamed that it had become an all-powerful tiger in the world of beasts. It was served by countless female tigers and beasts. It was a very enjoyable life. It also dreamed that a man in white appeared in front of it. It knew this man. It was the detestable fellow who had captured it all those years ago. The man gave it some delicious medicinal pills, patted its head, and then left. One day, when Zhou wants to pursue her dream, open her memories. After the man left, these words lingered in the dog's mind and lingered for a long time. Due to the immortal's large ancestral city in the central continent, one could see the sun and moon alternating at the same time. At this moment, the location of the imperial palace in the ancestral city was shrouded in darkness, but it was not dark. There were many lights flashing in the palace. The entire palace was silent. A lonely figure walked out from the darkness and looked down at the imperial palace. He stood there for a long time before he took a step forward. The lights in the imperial palace flickered as he descended, and they became even more hazy. It was as if different spaces were overlapping and forming a shadow. It wasn't until this person stepped onto the square of the palace that the lights slowly returned to normal. Wang Lin looked at this place. Back then, he had almost died here, and he couldn't take the madman away. He could only watch as the madman turned into a mountain and became an existence that suppressed the 72 continents and fell into eternal slumber. When I left, I made a vow that when I return, I will awaken the madman. No one will be able to stop me. Wang Lin murmured as he took a step toward the ground. With that one step, the ground of the entire palace trembled without anyone noticing. What trembled wasn't the actual ground, but the overlapping space. Wang Lin's surroundings became a blur. His figure flickered and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was at the underground palace. The entire underground palace was hazy, and it was almost the same as when he arrived. However, of the many mountains on the ground, only one remained. This mountain pierced the sky and was extremely majestic. Standing outside the mountain, Wang Lin felt the sleeping madman inside. There were countless restrictions and seals inside and outside the mountain. Even a Grand Empyrean would need a long time to break them. Wang Lin raised his right hand and waved at the mountain. The mountain rumbled and rapidly collapsed. Large amounts of rubble fell off, and in the blink of an eye, the mountain shrank. All the seals and restrictions disappeared with a wave of Wang Lin's hand. When the mountain collapsed, the madman's body appeared. He was quietly lying there with his eyes closed. He was asleep, and there were Grand Empyrean fluctuations coming from his body. Wang Lin walked forward and arrived next to the madman. He squatted down and looked at the sleeping madman. He raised his right hand and pointed to the spot between the madman's eyebrows. The madman's body trembled. Wang Lin closed his eyes, and his divine sense spread out into the madman's body to wake him up. Time slowly passed, and half an hour passed. Wang Lin opened his eyes and revealed a complicated expression as he looked at the madman. After pondering a bit, he slowly said, "If you really make this decision, then I choose to respect it. You, take care." Wang Lin stood up and let out a sigh. He flew into the sky and disappeared from the underground palace. After Wang Lin left, the madman opened his eyes and looked at where Wang Lin disappeared to for a long, long time. "I've been muddle-headed my entire life. I've been crazy my entire life. But in the end, I'm still a descendant of the celestial ancestor. Lian Daojin is already dead. If I leave, the celestial clan will have no emperor. I also want to leave this place, leave the immortal astral continent. But since I have the celestial ancestor's inheritance, I have the backbone to bear. This is my responsibility. I've thought it through during my sleep." The madman sat up and revealed a rare sense of determination as he bitterly muttered, "Protect the celestial clan and pass down the inheritance for generations. When the day comes that I no longer need to force myself due to my responsibility, Wang Lin, I'll go find you." The madman stood up. He was wearing a royal robe and a crown. There was no trace of madness on his face, and he now had the majesty of a celestial emperor. The fourth night has ended. Fellow cultivators, do you still have monthly votes? Chapter 2069. Wang Lin respected the madman's decision. Everyone had their own responsibility. This was something Wang Lin knew. He didn't have the right to decide the madman's responsibility. As a friend, he had already done his best to awaken the madman. As for what to do next, there was no need for Wang Lin to tell him. Wang Lin also had a path he wanted to walk. He wanted to return to the cave world, to Suzaku, to the place where he grew up. Perhaps the next time I meet the madman will be 300 years from now. Wang Lin walked into the distance. Although he had the strongest cultivation level in the immortal astral continent, there were some things he was still confused about, like the immemorial god realm, Tian Yunzi, and Wan Er's resurrection. Walking under the vast sky, Wang Lin's eyes were filled with confusion. He didn't know if the people he was looking for really wanted to awaken their memories, or if they really wanted to follow him back to the cave world. Perhaps forgetting the past and starting the reincarnation cycle on the immortal astral continent is the best choice for them. Wang Lin murmured. Zhou Ru's hair appeared before his eyes. This was Zhou Ru's choice. I can't use my will to replace their choice. Wang Lin let out a sigh. He stopped and looked into the distance. That was where Situ Nan was. The country of Wuxian was a mortal country located in the northern part of the central continent, in the Heavenly Wax Continent. There were 4 mortal countries in the Heavenly Wax Continent, and there was constant friction between them. Although there were no major wars, there were small skirmishes at the border. However, the 4 empires had a lot of control over this, so the scale of the skirmishes hadn't expanded too much. There was a large amount of troops stationed at the border between the country of Wuxian and the country of Zhoulin. The barracks were densely packed and filled with a mortal killing intent. In the direction of the country, outside the main gate of the military camp, there were thousands of armored soldiers standing in a straight line with their chests puffed out and their heads held high. There were also a few people who were obviously generals and civil officials standing there, looking into the distance as if waiting for something. Not long after, The sound of horse hooves could be heard coming from the public road in front of them. When they got close, they saw a group of black horses charging towards them like a whirlwind. They passed through the thousands of soldiers and stopped several tens of feet in front of the generals. The horses neighed and raised their front hooves. They stopped abruptly, and a person immediately jumped down from the horse. This person was also wearing armor. After landing, he knelt on one knee and cupped his fists. Report: Southern King's patrol squad is already 100 li away. The soldier's voice was loud and clear. After he finished speaking, he lowered his head in silence, waiting for orders. Continue to investigate. The vanguard is to meet the Southern Prince's patrol 100 miles away. Among the generals and civil officials, there was an old man who gave off a sense of majesty without being angry. He was clearly at the center of the group, and, at this moment, his eyes lit up and he immediately spoke. As soon as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man next to him stepped forward, clasped hands and bowed, then turned and left. Behind him, more than 10,000 soldiers charged out of the camp on their war horses, kicking up a cloud of dust as they galloped away. Beside the old general, a civil official revealed a worried expression and slowly said, "General, I'm afraid Southern King's intentions are not good. Rumor has it that Southern King knows how to enjoy life and is very luxurious. Almost everyone is afraid of him. I also heard that Southern King has a large number of wives and concubines. He built his own palace and is even more." The person who spoke hesitated for a moment but didn't finish his sentence. The old general remained silent, as if he did not hear the words of the people beside him. He stood there without saying a word, but there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. As the cold light flashed, a wave of killing intent spread out, causing the old general to be filled with a domineering aura. As the general of the border, he controlled nearly 500,000 troops, and he wasn't a member of the royal family, so he would naturally be envied by others. If it wasn't for the fact that the Mushin country couldn't do without this old general who had won hundreds of battles, he would have long since been stripped of his armor and returned to the fields. Rumor has it that Southern King is extremely arrogant and cares a lot about his status. If the scale of his welcome isn't large, he won't like it. General, should we send some more people? General, I also think we should send some more people to welcome him. Since Southern King likes to show off, then we should send 10,000 troops to welcome him. We should set up a 50-kilometer street and let him see the might of a weak army. General, there is no need to hesitate. This Southern King is a despicable person who always likes to target General. For someone like him, we should— The old general frowned and raised his right hand. The surroundings suddenly became quiet, and everyone's gazes gathered on him. It could be seen that his prestige was irreplaceable in the camp. My soldiers are all heroes of the last few decades. I don't agree to let them welcome Southern King. The front of the camp is F people, and it is enough for the old man to be here. The old general's voice was decisive and didn't allow the slightest objection. After he spoke, everyone around him became serious and clasped their hands. Southern King. The old general looked into the distance and let out a cold snort in his heart. He hated the term Southern King. In his mind, the person who was about to arrive was not worthy of being called Southern King. 100 miles away, a luxurious carriage that was at least 100 feet wide was leading a long procession of carriages along the official road. The distance between the carriages was nearly 1 mile. Around these carriages, there were martial artists dressed in ordinary clothes, proudly following them. Bursts of music came from the 100-foot-long carriage, along with the laughter of some women. It seemed like the carriage was very lively. Good dance, this king will reward you." A man's voice rang out amidst the laughter. In fact, there were even some moans and moans coming from the carriage. The guard were already used to these sounds, so they didn't care at all. After traveling a few more kilometers, a green-robed manservant who was sitting beside the huge carriage suddenly opened his eyes and let out a sharp voice. Southern King has ordered for the troops to stop. As he spoke, the long line of carriages gradually came to a stop. Charming women walked out from the huge carriages in front of them. Not a single one of these women wasn't an outstanding beauty, but their clothes were disheveled. It was clear that they had only just put them on. All of them had tired expressions on their faces. After they got off the carriages, they walked toward the carriages at the back. There were a lot of women. There were dozens of them. It was difficult to imagine that all of them were inside the 100-foot-long carriage. As they left, several dozen charming women walked out from the carriages behind them. As if they were substitutes, they replaced the people who had left and boarded the carriages once more. Soon, as the carriages continued to move forward, the music, the sound of moaning, and the man's laughter could be heard once more. As the long line of carriages moved forward, it wasn't long before the sound of horse hooves could be heard. The 1,000-plus soldiers from the front camp appeared to welcome them. When they saw that only these people had come to welcome them, a cold snort came from the 100-foot carriage. However, they didn't stop and continued to move forward under the protection of these people. 2 hours later, the group of luxurious carriages gradually appeared in front of everyone's eyes, accompanied by the sound of silver panting and panting. As they got closer, the moans became even clearer, so all the soldiers in the world could hear them. This caused the old general to frown and revealed displeasure in his eyes. He snorted and strode forward. Behind him, there were many civil officials following him, bringing with them a murderous aura. His arrival caused all the guards outside the carriage to become nervous. They could feel the murderous aura from the old imperial general. This murderous aura made them tremble in fear. "Stop, King Nan!" Although the guards were terrified, they still quickly moved forward. The green-robed manservant standing on the carriage stood up and let out a sharp voice. "Who are you?" Before the servant could finish speaking, a middle-aged man appeared beside the old general. There was a flash of ferocity in his eyes, and he let out a roar. The moment he spoke, the gazes of all the soldiers gathered on the servant. An invisible killing intent shrouded the lonely servant, causing his face to turn pale, and he didn't dare to speak. "Sinan, what are you doing?" When the old general closed in, a low roar suddenly came from within the carriage. As his uncle spoke, the silver mint sounds came to an abrupt stop. The old man gave off a sense of might without being angry. He stood 100 feet away from the carriage and slowly said, "This old general, Sinan, is here to greet King Nan." After a moment of silence, the curtain was lifted and a middle-aged man walked out. The man's eyes were slightly dark, and he looked like he had been hollowed out by wine and women. He stood on the carriage and stared at the old general. A gloomy look flashed through his eyes, and he suddenly smiled. "You are indeed worthy of being my Wu Xian's great general, Sinan. With the great general at the border, I, Wu Xian, will be safe. This king is here to reward the soldiers at the border." "Oh, then let's enter the camp, please." The old general looked at Nan Wang with an indifferent expression. However, his gaze gave Diao Wang an enormous amount of pressure, especially when everyone present was filled with killing intent and iciness. Sweat involuntarily appeared on his forehead. "No, this king is fine outside. There's no need to go in." King Nan squeezed out a smile and quickly said, "No one here knew that Wang Lin, who was in the sky, had seen everything clearly. Wang Lin stood in the sky, and his gaze was always on one person. That person was the old general, Sinan. He didn't become a king, but instead became a great general. I wonder what he will think when his memories from his previous life are unlocked." Wang Lin revealed a smile, and it was a very happy smile. First update. If you have a monthly vote, please vote for the Renegade Immortal. If you have a monthly vote, please vote for Earroot. Chapter 2070. Late at night, the dim torches flickered in the military camp. There were also groups of soldiers patrolling the area, making the entire military camp seem impregnable. There was also a sense of order to it. Outside the camp, there was no singing. Instead, it was quiet. Many of the tents had already extinguished their lights. Only a few were still lit, and silhouettes could be seen in the flickering lights. The commander's tent in the middle was brightly lit, and there were many soldiers standing guard around it. In the commander's tent, old General C. Nan stood next to a map. He frowned and looked at it intently. He was the only one in the tent, and it was very quiet all around. Only the occasional sound of burning candles could be heard. King Nan? Umph. How could someone like him be called King Nan? The old general looked at the map and sneered. He couldn't explain why, but he had a strange feeling about being called King Nan. It was as if no one in the world was worthy of being called King Nan. Oh, then who is worthy of being called King Nan? A joking voice came from behind the old general. The old general's body trembled, but he recovered in an instant. He turned around and saw a white-robed, white-haired young man standing not far away, smiling at him. Before the old man becomes King Wei, no one is worthy of being called King Nan. There was not a trace of panic in the old general's expression. Instead, he sat there calmly. Sit. The old general pointed to the front. Wang Lin looked at him with admiration in his eyes. It was rare for the old general to be so calm in the face of a stranger who had suddenly appeared in the commander's tent without any memories. In particular, this calmness was not feigned but genuine calmness. Wang Lin faintly smiled and sat down opposite of the old general. Do you have wine? Wang Lin asked with a smile. How can there be no wine in the army? The old general laughed and shouted outside the tent in front of Wang Lin. Someone bring the wine. A respectful voice came from outside the tent. A moment later, a few soldiers walked into the tent. When they saw Wang Lin, these soldiers were stunned, especially the guards outside. Their expressions changed greatly. They did not see anyone enter this place. The old general's expression was normal as he waved his hand and said, "Put down the wine and leave." The guards silently placed down a few jars of wine beside the old general and Wang Lin before retreating one by one. General Si Nen has great willpower. Wang Lin picked up a jar of wine and took a big gulp. Sir, you were able to come here without a sound. Even if these soldiers attack, they won't be able to stop you. What's the point of staying here? As the old general spoke, he picked up a jar of wine, removed the seal, and drank a lot of it in large gulps. The smile on Wang Lin's face became even wider. He was really happy. It could even be said that he had rarely been this happy since coming to the immortal astral continent. This was different from when he obtained Li Muin's soul fragment or when he was with Xian Luo. This was the feeling of meeting an old friend. It was an indescribable feeling. This feeling made him very relaxed and happy. Figures flashed outside the tent, and footsteps could be heard. In the time it took to say a few words, the tent was already surrounded by countless soldiers. All the generals had arrived, and they looked as if they were facing a great enemy. However, they did not dare to casually enter the tent and could only surround it tightly. They were all nervous, but their killing intent didn't lessen at all. Instead, it condensed into a monstrous killing intent that made the countless torches in the camp dim. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, it was almost dawn. These soldiers had been outside for almost an entire night. If not for the laughter coming from inside the tent, they would have already rushed in. However, the sound of that laughter made them even more confused. Interesting, Sir Wang has gone to so many places. The old man of the mountain sea has heard of it, but it is too far for us mortals to go. The old general let out a sigh as he put down an empty jar, picked up another, and drank a mouthful. If you want to, you can. Wang Lin drank the spicy wine as he looked at his old friend and smiled. Oh, Sir Wang should be a cultivator. The old general's eyes lit up. Wang Lin nodded. He didn't speak and continued to drink. Time passed once more. When dawn arrived and a white line appeared over the horizon, the sun gradually rose and the darkness dissipated. Wang Lin and the old general had been drinking all night. During this night, Wang Lin talked a lot. He talked about his experiences on the immortal astral continent, the heavenly bull continent, the devil scorpion continent, the ancestral city, and even everything he had experienced in the Ji clan. When he talked about finding Li Muin's soul fragment, tears flowed out. When he talked about killing the ancient Dao emperor and using his life to repay his teacher's kindness, his expression became dim. He talked a lot until he left the ancient clan and returned to the celestial clan. The old general listened. He couldn't imagine what kind of identity this person had. If everything he had said was true, then this person must be an amazing person on the immortal astral continent. But why would such a person come to his tent in the middle of the night, drink with him, and say these things to him? In the old general's mind, the person in front of him seemed to slowly become familiar, as if this familiarity had always been hidden in the depths of his memories, and, at this moment, it was revealed. When he saw the tears and sadness, he didn't know why, but he felt the same. It was as if he had personally seen the story between this person and Li Muan. I can't find Li Qianmei. Situ, I searched for a long time, but in the end, I still couldn't find her. Wang Lin muttered as he bitterly drank wine. There were some things he couldn't say to others, but he could talk about them with Situ. Situ, who is it? The old general's expression became complicated. He had heard this name many times from Situ. Wang Lin put down the empty wine jar and picked up another one. Throughout the night, they had ordered people to deliver wine several times. I have a good friend named Situ, Wang Lin murmured as he looked at the old general. The old general was confused as he looked at Wang Lin and slowly said, "To be able to become your good friend, I believe this person named Situ is also a cultivator." Wang Lin's face was filled with reminiscence as he softly said, "He is a cultivator who wants to become a king. If you want to hear his story, you have to start at a place called Sizkou, a rank 3 cultivation country called Zhao." Wang Lin's voice echoed inside the tent. The old general silently listened, and the confusion in his eyes became even stronger. Time passed. When morning arrived and the world was bright, Wang Lin's voice was still muttering. Li Qianmei, Situ Nan, Shimizu, they all reincarnated on the immortal astral continent. I left a mark on them. This is the only way to find them. Wang Lin took a sip of wine as he looked at the old general and smiled. The old general silently pondered and his body trembled. After a long time, he suddenly opened his eyes. "I'm Situ Nan." He looked at Wang Lin and his voice was filled with hesitation. Wang Lin looked at the old general and slowly nodded. "You're Situ Nan? I'm Wang Lin." "Wang Lin," the old general muttered, and after a long time, he began to laugh. As he laughed, tears flowed out. He originally wouldn't believe this, but the feeling from his soul, the familiarity of the person before him, and the things Wang Lin had told him about the cave world, forced him to believe it. He also didn't believe that a celestial would deceive a mortal like him. That means I have reincarnated many times on the immortal astral continent. In this reincarnation, I'm Situ Nan, the commander-in-chief of Wuxian. As he laughed, even more tears flowed out of the old general's eyes. He believed all of this, but because he believed it, he found it difficult to accept. Some of the 500,000 soldiers outside the tent have followed me since their grandfather's generation. After their grandfather died in battle, their fathers continued to serve me. There are even some who followed me day after their fathers died in battle. Now you're telling me that I'm Situ Nan, a Situ Nan who wants to become a king. If I'm not the Wu Xian state's General Situ Nan, then what are they going to do? As the old general spoke, the tent flap was suddenly opened. Just as the soldiers were about to rush in, the old general let out a roar and drove them out. Reincarnation. Reincarnation. How many fetters are there in one reincarnation? I've reincarnated several times. The old general slumped in his chair and looked at Wang Lin with a complicated expression. He then revealed a bitter smile. I'm sorry. This was my own choice. I chose to reincarnate on the immortal astral continent. It has nothing to do with you. Wang Lin silently pondered as he continued to drink, one mouthful at a time. Help me open the memories of my previous life. The old general continued to drink until he drank 3 jars. His eyes were bloodshot and he was drunk. He looked at Wang Lin and spoke with determination. When night arrived once more, Wang Lin left the commander-in-chief's tent. He had a complicated expression as he looked back at the commander-in-chief's tent below. The old general walked out and looked up at him. Wang Lin, once this old man has no more regrets in this reincarnation, I'll come find you for Queen Nan, the old general said loudly. His voice was filled with a domineering and bold aura. Wang Lin revealed a smile. His laughter became louder and louder until he laughed as well. Situ, once you're done being a king, I'll wait for you to come, and then we'll get drunk. Wang Lin turned around and disappeared into a ray of light. Brats, gather the troops. First, bring that damn King Nan for this old man. This old man has long been annoyed with him. Damn it, he dares to call himself King Nan. This old man has thought it through. This old man wants to be King Nan. The old general seemed a lot younger as he laughed wildly. Second update. I recommend a book, The Legend of Tribulation Cultivators, book number 217-2811. The author is very serious. Although he hasn't signed a contract, he has been persevering. Chapter 2071. Reincarnation. Just what is reincarnation? I already understood that reincarnation is heaven, but in truth, reincarnation has more meaning than heaven. As Wang Lin walked in the sky, the figures of Zhou Ru, Situ Nan, and the madman kept appearing in his mind. The madman's experience might not be reincarnation, but Zhou Ru's choice and Situ Nan's choice are reincarnation. They didn't choose to leave, but chose to fuse into this place because they have too many fetters, too many worries, and they are unwilling to part with them. Zhou Ru is unwilling to part with her parents and family, and Situ Nan is unwilling to part with the soldiers that have followed him for his entire life. It is as Situ said, each reincarnation is a lifetime, and there are many worries in each lifetime. How can they be cut off just like that? This is the power of reincarnation. It can make people unable to extricate themselves from it, or perhaps they don't want to extricate themselves. A dazed look appeared in Wang Ba's eyes, and within that daze, he seemed to have gained some understanding. Reincarnation is heaven, and it is also a mirror. The self in the mirror is reincarnation. The daze in Wang Lin's eyes gradually disappeared and was replaced with clarity. His understanding of reincarnation was gradually approaching perfection thanks to Zhou Ru and Situ Nan. I wonder what the other people's choices will be. Wang Lin looked into the distance, sighed, and walked away. In a land of the Celestials, in the territory of the northern continent, there was a mountain range with a dense forest. This place looked extremely dangerous, and there was a winding road below it that looked like a slit in the sky. There was a cave abode there, and there was no one around it. Only birds and beasts lived there, but after this cave appeared many years ago, no beasts dared to come here. The inside of the cave abode was extremely luxurious. Under the illumination of countless night pearls, the cave abode was very bright, but this brightness was due to the quietness of the place. At that moment, there was a cultivator sitting in the main room of the cave abode. This cultivator didn't look very old and had the appearance of a dwarf, but he had a large head. Compared to his large head, his body appeared extremely thin and small, as if he was very uncoordinated. The large-headed cultivator's expression was grim as he began to do breathing exercises, causing the entire immortal's cave to be filled with an awe-inspiring aura. Big head. As the cultivator meditated, a voice suddenly echoed in the cold cave. The cultivator's mind trembled, and he opened his eyes. The moment he did so, he spat out a ray of green light without any hesitation. The ray of green light let out a piercing howl and charged toward a white figure that had appeared in the cave abode. Wang Lin had a strange expression on his face. That green light was a ferocious centipede, and before it even got close, a fishy smell assaulted his face. Wang Lin raised his right hand and pointed at the centipede. The centipede's body instantly froze, and it floated there motionlessly. The big-headed cultivator's face was filled with shock. He had placed the centipede inside his nascent divinity and refined it. Even someone with a higher cultivation base than him would be trapped by the centipede, giving him enough time to escape. Ji attacked again, but now he was so easily frozen in midair by the person before him. He couldn't even tell what kind of divine ability the person was using. Ma Tao, if you insist on killing me, it won't do. The big-headed cultivator let out a miserable roar as a large amount of fog spread out from his body. His body flickered as he tried to escape. Ma Tao! Wang Lin was startled. He pointed at the fog with his right hand, and a ray of crystalline light pierced through it. Just as the big-headed cultivator was about to escape, the ray of light landed between his eyebrows. The big-headed cultivator's body trembled, and his eyes were filled with confusion. All sorts of memories flashed through his mind. At the same time, Wang Lin's right hand made a grasping motion. Immediately, the surrounding energy of heaven and earth gathered in Wang Lin's hand and formed a sword. A sword. This sword was formed by the energy of heaven and earth. It was formed by Wang Lin's faith spell. It could be considered a precious treasure. With a swing of his hand, the small sword flew into the fog and stabbed into a wall. Wang Lin looked deeply at the big-headed cultivator who was trying to recall his memories. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with gentleness. He waved his sleeve, and the energy of heaven and earth gathered. It turned into a large amount of pills and placed them into a gourd. After placing it on the side, Wang Lin turned to leave. After a long time, the mist dissipated and Big Head walked out, a complicated expression on his face. He sat there, staring blankly at the empty cave. After a long time passed, he looked up and murmured, "I'm not dead yet. Master." He saw the sword that shocked him and the gourd filled with dense heaven and earth energy. Tears flowed down from his eyes. In a different continent in a northern continent, a ray of light that was several inches long flew through the sky. A ray of crystalline light came from the distance. As the cultivators stared in shock, the ray of light disappeared among them. No one noticed that when the crystalline light dissipated, it was in that bundle. His gaze flickered as it fell into the midst of the group of cultivators. It was the red-robed boy's forehead. The boy's body shook, and the sealed memories in his mind slowly awakened. The group of cultivators were bewildered, but after a brief discussion, they continued to move forward. The red-robed boy's eyes were filled with confusion. Several hours later, when the group of cultivators were resting on a mountain peak, the confusion in his eyes disappeared and was replaced with a complicated and dazed look. Master Hongshan." The boy in red looked at the sky and slowly smiled. He took a deep breath and looked at the land before him. His heart was filled with excitement. Eastern continent and the Southern continent that Wang Lin had visited before, there was a very small sect. This sect didn't have many cultivators, only a few thousand. The location of the sect wasn't very good, and the spiritual energy here wasn't very dense. In particular, after the Celestial Clan's Grand Empyreans and Celestial Emperors issued an edict telling the entire Celestial Clan to prepare for war, a small sect like this could no longer remain calm. They had to attach themselves to larger sects in order to continue existing. The war was about to begin, and it would be difficult for a small sect like this to continue surviving in the future war between the Celestials and ancient times. As the sect master of this sect, Shun Bao's cultivation level was extraordinary, and he was very anxious. He didn't know where his future was, and he didn't know if his sect would still exist after hundreds of years. It wasn't easy for him to climb to his current position and become the sect master of a sect. He didn't want to give up, but there was only one path before him, and that was to attach himself to a larger sect. However, depending on who he attached himself to and what he chose, there would be different consequences, and most of them were equally serious. The elders in the sect had different opinions than him, and there seemed to be signs of a split in who to attach himself to. While Shun Bao was worrying, a white-haired young man in white walked up from the foot of the mountain. He was Wang Lin. Wang Lin found Shun Bao, and several hours later, Wang Lin left. When he left, Shun Bao stood outside the temple and looked at the sky with confusion in his eyes. After a long time, that confusion slowly disappeared and was replaced with determination. During this period of time, Wang Lin saw almost all of his old friends in the cave world. For some, he chose to unlock the memories of their previous lives, and for others, Wang Lin gave them the right to choose. However, no matter what, Wang Lin would still leave behind some life-saving treasures for the people in the cave. In other words, these people all belonged to the Seven Dao sect. The Sun Moon sect was the strongest sect in the Sky Fong continent. It had hundreds of thousands of people and was the #1 sect in the Sky Fong continent. It was also one of the 9 great sects of the Eastern continent, the San sect. In the past 1,000 years, many geniuses had appeared in the Sun-Moon sect, but none of them could compare to a woman named Qing Hong. This woman's talent could be said to be hard to find even in 10,000 years. She became a disciple of the Sun-Moon sect hundreds of years ago, and in just a short few hundred years, she had become a third-step cultivator and reached the peak of Nirvana Void. She was only one step away from becoming a Spirit Void cultivator. This naturally had a lot to do with the Sun-Moon sect's full support, but it also showed how precious this woman was in the eyes of the Sun-Moon sect. In particular, the head elder of the Sun-Moon sect was in closed-door cultivation all year round and had the cultivation of a Bach sovereign. Rumor had it that she already had the power of an Empyrean Exalt, but she didn't try the Empyrean trial. That person had personally taken the woman as his disciple. Every few years, he would come out of seclusion to give her some pointers on cultivation. There was even a time when he would bring the woman into his seclusion to cultivate with him. In the Sun-Moon sect, this woman was known as the Holy Daughter. Countless people in the sect looked up to her, and because of her unrivaled beauty, she became the object of love for many disciples. However, this woman was too outstanding, shocking like a swan. Moreover, her temperament was extremely cold. In the past several hundred to close to 1,000 years, she had never chosen a Tao companion. However, the more she acted like this, the more the disciples admired her. In particular, the children of the elders and the disciples who thought they were qualified never stopped pursuing this woman. On this day, the woman called Qing Hong walked out from seclusion. Outside, dark clouds filled the sky, and there was the rumbling of thunder, as if rain could fall at any time. The sound of thunder made it difficult for her to calm down, as if something was about to happen. She stood outside her own immortal's cave, gazing at the dark clouds in the sky and the colorful colors in the rain. Her eyes were filled with confusion. A beautiful butterfly flew over from afar, fluttering in the wind in front of the woman, attracting her attention. She liked the color red and butterflies. Everyone in the sect only knew about her first preference, but no one knew about her second preference. Looking at the fluttering butterflies, the confusion in the beautiful woman's eyes deepened. Just like the other reincarnated people, her dreams were often filled with haziness. She always felt like she didn't belong in this world. This feeling made her indifference different from others. Thunder rumbled, and rainwater poured down, sprinkling onto the great earth, mixing with the mountain wind and forming a curtain of rain. She was wearing a red dress. From afar, she looked like a red butterfly. Together with the butterfly in front of her, they seemed to be drifting away with the wind and the mountain wind and the water, as if no one cared about them. Red butterfly. A soft voice came from behind the woman. I can't write 4 chapters today. These 3 chapters are getting slower and slower. Tomorrow, I will at least write 3 chapters. I will try to write the 4th chapter. Chapter 2072. Within the curtain of rain and the sound of the rain, the gentle voice was like a soft murmur as it spread out. It seemed to fuse together with the sound of the rain, forming a dreamlike voice that came from the past. The butterfly by Qing Hong's side landed in her palm. She held it gently, shielding it from the wind and rain. It was as if she was that butterfly. However, it was unknown who in this world would be able to shield her from the same kind of wind and rain. She turned around and saw a stranger dressed in white under an oil paper umbrella. Red Butterfly, this name is very beautiful. Qing Hong looked at the white-haired young man and smiled faintly. As her smile bloomed, she looked like a proud and aloof rose that had bloomed on its own. If you like, you can become Red Butterfly. Wang Lin looked at the beautiful woman before him, and the scenes from the cave world on the Suzaku reappeared in his eyes. The woman smiled but didn't speak. She looked at Wang Lin, and their gazes met in the wind and rain for a long time. Qing Hong looked at Wang Lin and softly said, I have seen you. In the dream, when I reached the 3rd step, I saw you. Do you believe in reincarnation? Wang Lin's gaze moved away from the woman and looked at the rain in the sky. The woman asked, "Do you believe in reincarnation?" Wang Lin paused for a long time and then nodded. "I believe." The woman turned around and looked at the rain and softly said, "If even the white-haired ascendant Empyrean believes it, then I believe it as well." I always felt that I was waiting for someone to give me an answer. When I reached the third step, I knew the person I was waiting for was you. Reincarnation. I always wondered if I had a previous life. Otherwise, why would I like the color red and the butterfly? I also always thought that liking something doesn't come out of nowhere. There must be a reason. If it's not the cause of this life, then it must be the cause of my past life. My past life was called Red Butterfly, right? The woman didn't turn around, and her voice was calm. But in my dream, it seems that there was another life in my previous life. In that life, I also saw you. Wang Lin was stunned. In that life, I remember that you asked me a question. It's a question that I've only obtained the answer to now. Do you want to hear it? Qing Hong looked at the horizon and spoke softly. What question did I ask you? Wang Lin was silent for a moment before he slowly spoke. Are you willing to retain the memories of this life, or restore the memories of your previous life? Qing Hong turned around and looked at Wang Lin. In her beautiful eyes, there was a light that Wang Lin couldn't see through. The previous life and this life can coexist, but after recovering the memories of the previous life, there will be many more things to worry about in this life. If I don't recover them, I won't know, but if I know, I won't be able to forget. This is my understanding. Qing Hong's voice was a bit melancholic as she muttered softly. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with confusion as he looked at the woman in front of him and asked, "How did you answer me back then?" Qing Hong revealed a complicated expression as she muttered, "Forget the past and only keep the present. If you persist on, then reincarnation after reincarnation is a type of pain and also a type of confusion." "I understand." Wang Lin softly sighed. He knew that Red Butterfly had recalled some things. However, the previous life within the previous life she spoke of shocked Wang Lin. He thought back to when he was in Shizuko's dream dao. In that pavilion, under the same curtain of rain, he saw a woman holding a baby girl and arriving before him. In that curtain of rain, there was a red butterfly sheltering from the rain under the leaves. When the woman asked him to give the baby girl a name, he said the two words "red butterfly." Wang Lin silently turned and walked into the distance. He knew Red Butterfly's choice. "I've already forgotten a lot of the memories of that life. I only remember you and this question and another person, he said something to you. I still remember these words." Qing Hong closed her eyes, and her voice was gentle. "What words?" Wang Lin didn't stop and walked into the curtain of rain. When the heart dies, it forgets. Within the curtain of rain, Wang Lin's body suddenly trembled. He suddenly turned around, and his eyes were filled with shock. This shock came from his soul, and he silently stood there in the rain. He unconsciously let go of the oil paper umbrella in his hand and let it fall, soaked by the rain. Emoji. The image of Suzaku appeared in Wang Lin's mind. When he was still a low-level cultivator, it was also on a rainy night. In that temple, a bald, burly man looked at him with confusion in his eyes and said those words. "This rain is born in the heavens and dies on the earth. The process in between is life. When the heart dies, it forgets." Those words echoed in Wang Lin's mind. The bald man's gaze clearly appeared. There was a kind of pain and pity in that gaze that Wang Lin couldn't see through at the time, but now that he thought back to it, he could clearly see pain and pity. Wang Lin left, filled with confusion, with the answer he didn't want to think about. Qing Hong looked in the direction Wang Lin had disappeared in. She stood there for a very, very long time. When the rain finally stopped, she let go of his hand. In her palm, the butterfly flapped its wings and circled around her a few times before flying off into the distance. "When will you forget? Perhaps you will never make that choice." Qing Hong lowered her head. Filled with sadness and loneliness, she turned and walked back into the cave. Wang Lin was silent the entire time. Reincarnation. When I went to open up the memories of other people's reincarnation, I didn't think about whether or not I was also in a reincarnation cycle. If I really am in a reincarnation cycle, Then who will open up the memories of my previous life for me? As Wang Lin thought about it, he suddenly threw his head back and laughed. As he laughed, tears flowed down from his eyes. Reincarnation. This is reincarnation. But even if I'm really in this reincarnation cycle, I will never choose to forget. Never, never. As Wang Lin laughed, he suddenly remembered the figure he saw in the ancestral temple when he experienced the ancient Tao three soul splits. The words of that figure seemed to echo in his ears once more. Heaven and earth. What's the use of being at the top of the world? What's the use of being worshipped by all life? What's the use of the Infinite Calamity Sutra? Since the world is like this, why not destroy it? Since all life is like this, why not dissipate? Since the Calamity Sutra is like this, why not pass it down? Since this is the case, I'll use my own method to make the sky close its eyes, make the earth sleep, make the underworld river flow backwards, make the reincarnation cycle stop, and make the world have no thoughts. Wang Lin muttered as the voice echoed in his ears. The voice became louder and louder until it was earth-shattering. It caused the sky to rumble and the earth to rumble. It was as if a storm was set off across the entire immortal astral continent. Celestial Clan, Eastern Continent, southwest of the Linhua continent, there was a mortal city. This city was very large, and from afar, it looked like a giant beast lying there. It gave off a majestic feeling. Within the city, in a remote corner, there was a smithy. Its business was quite good, allowing the family to live quite well. This was mainly because the owner of the smithy treated each and every piece of iron very seriously. He was very responsible, and after many years, he had a very good reputation in the city. The male owner was a burly man who looked to be in his 30s. His body was rather robust, and he was currently in the shop. His upper body was bare as he continuously hammered iron. Clanging sounds could be heard from within the shop. The backyard of the shop was where the family lived. The burly man had a beautiful and virtuous wife and an 8-year-old daughter. The little girl was currently in the shop, and she didn't seem to mind the heat. She looked at her father and occasionally ran to fetch a towel to wipe the sweat off of her father's face. Whenever this happened, the burly man would reveal a happy smile. He was very satisfied with his current life. Although it was simple, he had a lovely daughter and a wife who loved him. This was very satisfying for him. He wanted to do his best to protect this family, to make his life better, and to make his daughter's future better. In order to achieve this goal, he worked hard and conscientiously in this blacksmith shop. He did everything very seriously. His life was simple, but within this simplicity, there was a warmth that he cherished. He was born in the city and had many playmates who grew up with him. Now that they were all married, they would often drink together, laugh together, and reminisce about their youth. At night, when he was asleep, he would sometimes have a dream. In that dream, he was like an all-powerful celestial emperor, leading his followers to fight against enemies. In that dream, there was parting, hot blood, and sorrow. In that dream, he also had a daughter, and her name seemed to be Frost, the same name as his current daughter. However, this dream was, after all, not real. Every time he woke up from the dream, he would be confused as he looked at the night sky outside the window. In his heart, he seemed to have a desire for everything in that dream. However, every time this happened, he would look down at his wife who was sleeping beside him. He would look at his daughter who was 8 years old and still didn't dare to sleep alone. He would smile and forget everything in that dream. If he had to choose, he would choose his family, not the life in that dream. He didn't know that while he was looking at his family, there was also a person looking at him in the night sky. Wang Lin looked at the blacksmith's family in the city below. He could feel Qin Lin's happiness and satisfaction. The celestial emperor of the cave world had become immortal, but he was happy and warm. Wang Lin was very envious. He looked at Qin Lin for a long time before turning to leave. Like Red Butterfly, his choice was to forget. Forget the past, forget his previous life, and immerse himself in this life. In that reincarnation cycle, he forgot again and again and cherished again and again. Their choice was correct. My choice was also correct, Wang Lin murmured. First update. Chapter 2073. Aside from Shimizu and Li Qianmei, Wang Lin had found all his old friends. He either unlocked the memories of his previous life or silently left and forgot about them. He had no more regrets on the immortal astral continent. Before going to the heavenly bull continent, Wang Lin went to see Zhou Yi and Qing Xuan. When he saw the happy smile on Zhou Yi's face, Wang Lin also revealed a smile. He was happy for Zhou Yi. Thousands of years of bitter love had finally come to fruition. When Wang Lin saw this, he took out the wine jug and took a big gulp. He had brought this wine jug from Sidanan, and it had replaced Zhou Yi and Qing Shuang's wedding wine. He also went to the ancestral city and saw Hai Zi. However, after looking at her from afar, Wang Lin turned and left. The Heavenly Bull Continent. This was the first place he had appeared on the immortal astral continent. After so many years, Wang Lin had returned. He walked on this familiar land, passing by the Great Soul Sect and the 9J Sect. These familiar scenes reminded him of the past. At the center of the Heavenly Bull Continent, above the mountain range, Wang Lin looked down and silently pondered for a moment. Heavenly Bull, the armor formed by your soul helped me through several crises. I, Wang Lin, clearly distinguish between kindness and grudges. You helped me back then. So today I'll release the seal left by the celestial ancestor and let you regain your freedom. However, your body is already turned into the earth and can't be taken back. I'll release the seal on your soul and let your soul form an origin soul to leave the immortal astral continent. Are you willing? Wang Lin looked at the earth and slowly spoke. His voice was not loud, and neither did it travel in all directions. However, once he spoke, the ground started trembling, as booming sounds reverberated in the air. It was as if a wave of earth aura had rushed out, causing the mountain range to become indistinct, and a gigantic shadow could be vaguely seen. This shadow was a heavenly bull. Its body was very large and looked like it could support the world. After it appeared, Wang Lin looked very small before it. However, this giant heavenly bull revealed a respectful expression and knelt down toward Wang Lin. Thank you. I'm willing. A buzzing voice echoed, and it was filled with excitement and desire. It had been sealed for far too long, and today it finally had the chance to escape. This made the heavenly bull feel endless gratitude toward Wang Lin. No need to thank me. You helped me back then, so I'm just repaying you today. Wang Lin looked at the heavenly bull and slowly raised his right hand. With this, the heavenly bull's body trembled and revealed a painful expression. Large amounts of runes appeared around its body and seemed to take root. Countless fine lines came out of the runes and formed a heart-like sphere inside the heavenly bull. His heart was thumping nonstop. This was the core of the heavenly bull's seal. Looking at the heart-like object formed by a large amount of fine lines, Wang Lin pointed at it once more. All the runes around the heavenly bull collapsed. After they collapsed, the heart inside the heavenly bull trembled and rapidly shrank. A moment later, when it was only the size of fingernail, it flew out of the heavenly bull's soul and landed in Wang Lin's palm. He crushed it. The heavenly bull's soul let out a roar at the sky. This roar created ripples that spread in all directions. The soul flew into the sky and stopped at the end of the world. It looked down at Wang Lin and knelt down once more before disappearing like a meteor. After the heavenly bull soul left, the heavenly bull continent seemed to be different, but it was difficult to tell what was different. Wang Lin watched the heavenly bull soul disappear, and then he walked toward the Seven Dao sect. The Seven Dao sect was where the cave world was. The mountain peak was shrouded in mist, making it difficult to see far into the distance. Furthermore, it was completely desolate. It had been a very long time since anyone had come to this place. However, on this day, there was a figure below the mountain peak, looking up. It was a middle-aged man wearing a green robe. He looked at the mountain peak and the fog. Vaguely, he seemed to be able to see the ruins of the great hall behind the fog. The man revealed a complicated expression and muttered, "Seven Dao sect. I'm finally here." The middle-aged man bitterly shook his head and walked up the broken path. He walked very slowly, as if he wanted to memorize every blade of grass and every tree as he slowly walked into the fog. It wasn't until he passed through the fog and arrived at the peak of the mountain that he saw the Seven Tao sect and the main hall. Looking at this, the man's eyes were filled with confusion. He looked at everything before him, and after a long time, he let out a sigh. He walked past the broken palace and finally found a huge stone door behind the ruins of the Seven Tao sect. This stone door was connected to the mountain and was sealed. It was covered in moss and gave off the smell of decay. The middle-aged man closed his eyes before the stone door. When he opened his eyes again, he looked at the door and bitterly muttered to himself, "The door to the cave world. Behind this gate is the cave world. I was reincarnated from here." The man sighed softly. Ever since he recovered his memories from his previous life, he had left his sect and followed that feeling to this place. He arrived at the Seven Tao sect and arrived before the door. His body trembled and he slowly approached. His right hand gently touched the door, and after a long time, he revealed a determined expression. He turned around and was about to leave. However, just as he turned around, he suddenly stopped. He saw a smiling, white-robed Wang Lin behind him. "Senior brother," Wang Lin softly said. Wang Lin, this middle-aged man, was Shimizu. He had recovered his memories of his previous life, and a mark on his body was almost undetectable. If more time passed, it would completely disappear. Shimizu looked at Wang Lin and laughed. His laughter became louder and louder, and his heart was filled with joy. He stepped forward and hugged Wang Lin. Wang Lin also laughed. They sat down before the door of the cave world. Wang Lin took out wine and drank with Shimizu. They forgot about the passage of time. In this drunken stupor, they told each other about their experiences. They talked, laughed, and cried. The two of them from the cave world reunited on the immortal astral continent. When Wang Lin mentioned red butterfly, Shimizu was startled for a moment. He bitterly smiled and took a big gulp of wine. "Let's forget the past. Since we've come to the immortal astral continent, everyone's choice is different. However, my choice is not to forget. Perhaps there is a way for me to resurrect Hanyan here. There must be," Shimizu muttered. Wang Lin couldn't resurrect someone who had been dead for so long that not even her soul existed. However, he didn't tell Shimizu that if a person didn't even have hope, they would only be left with despair. When the morning sun shined through the fog, Shimizu left. He didn't choose to forget and naturally wouldn't return to the cave world. He had only come here to see the Seven Tao sect and the sect that existed in the cave world. Now that his wish had been fulfilled and he had seen Wang Lin, he was filled with joy. Now he was going to pursue his dream. Even if it took him a lifetime, even if he had to reincarnate again and again, he was still persistent. Wang Lin watched Shimizu disappear into the fog. He stood outside the door with a complicated expression. Of all the old friends, only San had chosen to follow Wang Lin back to the cave world. For San, being by his teacher's side was the greatest satisfaction in his life. Everyone else had their own responsibilities, missions, and fetters. Since they had reincarnated, most of them chose to forget and start anew. Wang Lin pushed open the door to the cave world. When the door opened, there was a flash of powerful light. He walked in and disappeared without a trace. The door closed once more. The Seven Tao sect was still shrouded in fog. It was an abandoned ruin that no one cared about. Cave world. The barrier between the inner and outer realms was extremely strong. Over the past hundreds of years, the forces of the outer realm had attacked once, but they couldn't break the barrier. Wang Lin's name had become a legend in the cave world, an unreal existence. Many people remembered him, but at the same time, even more people had forgotten him. Even the cultivators of the inner realm were the same. Only the statue on Shizuku, which was considered a holy land, and the legends of Wang Lin were occasionally mentioned. In addition to this, there was another place where the story of Wang Lin continued. That was the new celestial realm. This was the celestial realm created by Wang Lin. Many cultivators from the 4 major star systems had moved here. Most of them had survived the war. Many of them had personally seen Wang Lin, and a few had even fought alongside Wang Lin against the outer realm. Mu Bingmei didn't leave back then. She chose to stay in the cave world, in the new celestial realm. She was waiting for a person to return one day. Dao Master Blue Dream didn't leave either. As the strongest person in the celestial realm, he stayed here to protect the peace of the celestial realm. There were also some people like Master South Cloud who didn't leave. However, at this moment, the new celestial realm was filled with pressure. It was as if there was a dark cloud shrouding the new celestial realm. This caused many cultivators to silently ponder. Dao Master Blue Dream was seriously injured. Master South Cloud's body had collapsed, leaving only his origin soul. The entire sky of the celestial realm was blood red. There were countless shadows flashing inside the blood-red sky, revealing ferocious expressions. It was as if there were a large amount of ghosts hidden inside the blood-red sky. Teacher gave you all 5 days to choose. 3 days have passed. In the last 2 days, I hope you all can give a sensible answer. Submit to my Scarlet Soul sect, or else die. There was a young man wearing a red robe inside the blood-red sky. He slowly spoke to the cultivators below. As for you, Mu Bingmei, you only have 2 days to choose. In 2 days, when the celestial realm formation is broken, if you don't become my Dao partner, I'll slaughter Suzuku and destroy the statue of that person named Lin. The second update was delivered. Chapter 2074. Master South Cloud, who only had his origin soul left, stared at the young man inside the bloodlight. When he heard the young man's words, he let out a mournful laugh. 2 days? Ever since the celestial realm was created by Wang Lin, all the cultivators that have survived the war against the outer realm have lived. There's a saying in the celestial realm. Have you heard of it? As Master South Cloud roared, all the cultivators on the ground looked up. Cultivators like us never shrink from a fight. The voices of the cultivators gathered together and formed a sound wave that rose into the sky. It actually diluted the blood-red light in the sky, revealing a group of tens of thousands of blood-robed figures behind the blood-red light. Behind those figures was a thick blood mist. Inside the mist, there seemed to be a person sitting cross-legged. Old fellow, you're courting death. Once the formation is broken in 2 days, I'll have teacher give me your origin soul. I'll have a taste of the origin soul of a third-step cultivator. The young man's expression changed, and there was a flash of killing intent in his eyes. Master South Cloud roared, "What is there to fear about death? The creator of the celestial realm, Wang Lin, will definitely return one day. When he returns, I want to see how a mere Scarlet Soul sect and a mere Master Scarlet Soul will resist." Dao Master Blue Dream was sitting beside Master South Cloud. His face was pale, and he was healing. Wang Lin, fortunately, this person left back then. Otherwise, he would only be an ant before teacher. This celestial realm formation was placed by him, but it was still broken by teacher. If it wasn't for the fact that teacher wanted the celestial realm to be complete, teacher would have destroyed this place. The young man sneered. What he had appeared here was only a shadow, not his original body. As he laughed, his body gradually disappeared into the bloodlight. Outside the celestial realm, the formation that Wang Lin had placed was shrouded in bloodlight. The bloodlight continued to corrode the formation, and most of it was damaged. In 2 more days, it would be completely broken. Tens of thousands of blood-red figures quietly floated in the starry sky outside the immortal world like puppets. Large amounts of red mist seeped out of their bodies and fused with the bloody light, eroding the formation. Behind these figures, within the floating blood-colored mist, sat an old man. This old man was dressed in a red robe, and even his hair was red. He performed hand seals and occasionally performed hand seals, causing the celestial realm formation to break down even faster. This Wang Lin does have some tricks up his sleeves. The restrictions that he set up actually took me several days to break through. This restriction is even stranger. There's actually a trace of a terrifying aura within it. I have a premonition that if I were to use my full strength to forcefully shatter this celestial world, a shocking change would occur. However, as long as I don't forcefully shatter it and instead use the blood light to erode it, I can avoid this aura and dissolve it. Fortunately, there isn't much of this aura, or else it would be even more difficult to break it. The red-haired old man was Master Scarlet Soul. Back then, during the sovereign's life and death calamity, Wang Lin released Yi Mo's sealed soul. When this soul appeared, it broke through the seal and flew away. Now it had recovered its cultivation and had a body. After Wang Lin left, it created the Scarlet Soul sect. Now it had surrounded the celestial realm and used its powerful cultivation to seriously injure Dao Master Blue Dream and destroy Master South Cloud's body. He stared at the celestial realm inside the bloodlight and revealed a cruel expression. Almost all the powerful cultivators in the inner realm are gathered in the celestial realm. Back then, my cultivation hadn't recovered, so I wasn't confident I could break this restriction. However, in 2 more days, the restriction will be broken and all these people will become my food. Once I devour their essence blood, my cultivation level will increase by another level and I'll become a golden exalt. Haha, once I, Master Scarlet Soul, become a golden exalt, even if I return to the immortal astral continent, I'll still be able to become the head elder of a sect. At that time, I'll definitely have a chance to become an Empyrean exalt. Master Scarlet Soul's eyes were filled with excitement. He knew that there were very few Empyrean exalts on the immortal astral continent, only a few hundred. Once he became an Empyrean exalt, he could find a Grand Empyrean to rely on. At that time, as a Grand Empyrean, he would be famous on the immortal astral continent. If I were to rely on one of the 5 Empyrean exalts of the Celestial clan, the Celestial Emperor would be my first choice. Unfortunately, the Celestial Emperor has many powerful cultivators under him, so he might not recruit me. However, even if I don't rely on the Celestial Emperor, I can rely on Grand Empyrean Dao E. Grand Empyrean Dao, he cares a lot about Empyrean exalts. If I rely on him, he will definitely accept me. At that time, with Grand Empyrean Dao Yi's protection, even if that Wang Lin finds out and wants to find trouble with me, I won't be afraid. If his cultivation level isn't as high as mine, then I'll absorb all of his essence blood to strengthen myself. If his cultivation level is similar to mine or slightly higher than mine, although the possibility isn't high, I'll still have Grand Empyrean Dao Yi's protection. I don't believe he won't yield before Grand Empyrean Dao E. The moment he sees Grand Empyrean Dao E, he will tremble in fear and immediately kneel down to worship. After all, in the eyes of a Grand Empyrean, all cultivators are ants. Master Scarlet Soul had thought about the future very carefully. After knowing that there would be no accidents, he began to laugh. Teacher, as he laughed, there was a person sitting in the blood-colored fog beside him. This person was a young man, and he opened his eyes. He got up and respectfully clasped his hands at Master Scarlet Soul. He was the shadow that had spoken in the sky above the celestial realm. As Master Scarlet Soul laughed, he looked at the young man beside him. This was a disciple he had met in the cave world that was very suitable for his cultivation method. This person's talent was extraordinary, and the most interesting thing was that he had met this person in the Suzaku. Rumor had it that this person was a descendant of Wang Lin, who was countless generations old. The young man revealed a cruel expression and respectfully said, "Teacher, they still haven't given up and are constantly sending out their cultivation to reinforce the formation. That Master South Cloud is even more hateful. I ask Teacher to give Master South Cloud's origin soul to Disciple, so that Disciple can properly torture him. A mere Master South Cloud. I'll give him to you." Master Scarlet Soul looked at the cruel expression on the young man's face and felt admiration. This was the kind of disciple he wanted. Master Scarlet Soul slowly said, "However, that Mu Bing Mei," the young man quickly and respectfully said, "if Teacher values this woman, then Disciple will give her to you. She is your ancestor's beauty." Master Scarlet Soul's eyes were filled with mockery. He felt this scene was very interesting. He even wondered what expression Wang Lin would have if he found out about all of this one day. The young man respectfully said, "So what?" Although disciple's surname is Wang Lin, since he left the cave world, it is unknown whether he is dead or alive. The beauty he left behind should be enjoyed by a descendant like me to relieve my loneliness. Isn't that what teacher always told me? Yi Mo is dead, but since you obtained Yi Mo's inheritance, then Wang Lin, you will also inherit my hatred for him. Master Scarlet's soul laughed, and there was a flash of viciousness in his eyes. Master Scarlet's soul smiled and said, "There is no need to be like this. This Mu Bingmei was personally chosen by teacher for you. So how could teacher steal her? However, teacher needs to train this woman. Once I'm tired of her, I'll naturally give her to you. That's how it should be. Thank you, master." The young man smiled and nodded. "All right, let's wait for 2 more days." Master Scarlet Soul's eyes lit up, and he performed a double-handed seal. The blood mist churned violently, and the tens of thousands of blood-colored puppets released even more blood-colored light, causing the celestial world's formation to weaken even more. At this moment, outside the celestial realm's formation, Master Scarlet Soul was constantly corroding it with the bloodlight. At the top of a mountain stood a woman in white. This woman's beauty was peerless. Forget the cave world. No woman on the immortal astral continent could compare to her beauty. Her beauty did not seem to belong to this world. The mountain breeze blew, bringing with it a bloody scent. Her black hair fluttered in the wind, and her breathtakingly beautiful face was calm at this moment. However, in the depths of this tranquility, there was a trace of loss and bitterness that outsiders could not see. She used her strength as a shell and wrapped it in the depths of her heart. "Your Highness the Saintess." Behind her stood an old man. The old man looked at the woman before him respectfully, but there was also anxiety in his eyes. "The formation will last at most 2 more days. Understand, let me be alone for a bit." Mu Bingmei looked at the sky and spoke softly. The old man hesitated for a bit before letting out a sigh. He clasped his hands and retreated. Mu Bingmei was the only one left on the mountain. She silently stood there, and after a long time, she raised her right hand. There was a crystal sword in her hand. This was what Wang Lin had left her. It was formed by Wang Lin's essence and still contained his ancient Dao aura. Mu Bingmei murmured, "If I'm still alive, I'll welcome you." This was what she had said to Wang Lin when he left. "If I'm no longer alive." Mu Bingmei looked sad as she looked at the sword in her hand, and tears appeared in her eyes. "Wang Lin, where are you?" Tears flowed down from Mu Bingmei's eyes and fell on the sword in her hand. There was a soft sound as the tears flowed down the blade. As Mu Bingmei muttered, at this moment, in the direction of all heaven, there was a flash of light in the dark space. The light turned into a door of light, and a person walked out. White robe, white hair. Wang Lin. This place is... Wang Lin looked around and smiled. "All heaven," he murmured, a smile of joy that came from the depths of his heart. The familiar aura made him realize that he was finally home. Subconsciously, he sent his divine sense out in all directions. "I wonder what the celestial realm is like now. Has it changed much since I left? Those old friends and..." Wang Lin muttered. He suddenly stopped and looked toward the direction of the celestial realm. The smile on his face was replaced by coldness and monstrous killing intent. This was the first time he had released all of his killing intent after becoming the strongest person on the immortal astral continent. For 3 days in a row, he really couldn't write anymore. He had spent an entire day writing these 3 chapters. "I can only write until midnight. Please forgive me." Chapter 2075. Master Scarlet Soul. Wang Lin let out a cold snort. At this moment, everything inside and outside the new celestial realm was clearly sensed by his divine sense. He saw Master Scarlet Soul's arrogant face and the young man he had a blood connection with. He also saw the formation outside the celestial realm being corroded by the blood-colored light. Looking at how much the formation was being corroded it should take about 2 more days for it to dissipate. Back then, Master Scarlet Soul was released by Wang Lin. Although he was weak at that time, he was still very powerful to Wang Lin. However, now that his cultivation had recovered to its peak, he was as weak as an ant in Wang Lin's eyes. This ant could be crushed countless times by Wang Lin with one finger. With a cold snort, Wang Lin stepped forward and disappeared from the Luo Tian star system. When he disappeared, the light gate also disappeared without a trace, as if it had never been there. When Wang Lin appeared, he didn't appear near Master Scarlet Soul outside the celestial realm. Instead, he stepped into the new celestial realm that he hadn't returned to in many years. None of the cultivators in the celestial realm noticed his appearance. There was no need to mention Master Scarlet Soul and company outside. The sky of the immortal realm was no longer blue, but crimson red. It looked heavy and stifling. However, aside from the color of the sky, the palaces on the ground, the undulating mountains, and the gurgling rivers outlined the beauty of the immortal realm bit by bit. When Wang Lin left, there were places he was familiar with and places he was completely unfamiliar with. Looking at his surroundings, Wang Lin waved his right hand and 3 rays of light appeared. 3 people appeared before Wang Lin. They were Su Ligua, Lu Jinbiao, and the only disciple who followed Wang Lin back to the cave world, Shursan. Shursan was not an ordinary person. After he appeared, he glanced at the surrounding world. His expression was in a trance for a moment, but he immediately returned to normal. After cupping his fists and bowing respectfully to Wang Lin, he stood to the side without saying a word. For him, whether it was the immortal astral continent or the cave world, as long as he could follow his teacher, there was no special meaning. Compared to him, Lu Jinbiao and Su Ligua had strange expressions on their faces. After looking around, the two of them looked at each other with shifty eyes. Wang Lin could faintly sense that the two of them seemed to be holding their heads high. It was as if he had returned to his hometown from a big place and was extremely pleased with himself. His face clearly said, "Do you know this old man has been to the immortal astral continent? That place is the boss." Wang Lin looked into the distance and slowly said, "I'm home. You guys do as you please. I'm going to see an old friend." Then he took a step and flew off. When Wang Lin entered, he had already scanned everyone in the celestial realm with his divine sense. He saw a lot of people, including Mu Bingmei. Mu Bingmei looked like she was going to be blown away by the wind. She looked very weak and bit her lower lip. After a long time, she let out a sigh and stroked the crystal sword in her hand. Her eyes were filled with determination, as if she had made some kind of decision. She held the sword in her hand tightly. After looking at the blood-colored sky, she suddenly turned around as if she was going to leave. However, just as she turned around, Mu Bingmei's body trembled and her eyes were filled with disbelief. She looked at the figure standing not far away and looking at her. It was a white-haired young man wearing white. He was unfamiliar but also familiar. The two of them looked at each other. Their gazes met under the blood-colored sky. With the mountain as the background, the mountain wind as the music, and the entire sky as the support, their gazes fused together. Wang Lin looked at the woman who was both familiar and unfamiliar at the same time. There was a complicated gaze in his eyes. This complicated gaze had accompanied him for a very long time. Before his eyes, the bright and beautiful girl from the Hung Yu sect appeared. He thought of that breathtakingly beautiful figure in Rose Finch's tomb. This figure changed again and again in the All-Heaven star system. It paused with Wang Ping's mournful scream. Then it paused with bitterness until it stopped at the scene Wang Lin had seen before he left the cave world. It was a picturesque memory. On that day, it was drizzling in the celestial realm. In the rain, a woman in white floated over like a willow fluttering in the rain. Within the rain, there was an extremely beautiful woman holding an umbrella. She had long, pitch-black hair that was like a painting. She had the beauty and spirituality of a celestial fairy. It was as if her arrival had caused the entire world to fall silent. The only sound that could be heard was the sound of the rain, which contained a strange power that could cause people to forget everything else. It also caused her beautiful figure to seem to be covered by a hazy layer of rain. If I'm still alive, I'll come back. Wang Lin looked at the woman before him. Her figure overlapped with his memory and slowly melted into his eyes. Mu Bingmei didn't dare to believe what she saw. She was completely stunned. In a trance, Wang Lin's white-haired figure became deeper and deeper in her heart. It merged with her memory and finally melted into her heart. She vaguely saw the Hung, Yu sect from thousands of years ago on planet Suzaku. She saw the only youth who wasn't obsessed with her beauty among all the people. She saw the figure she stopped in Rosefinch's tomb and the figure that coldly stared at her. There was also the man in all heaven who let out a mournful roar after finding out what his avatar had done. His eyes were filled with sorrow. In the end, the scene before her froze on the day he left the cave world. On that day, the rain continued to fall, adding a hint of parting. In the rain, his figure was very unfamiliar. It was so unfamiliar that it caused her heart to ache. Amidst that pain, his coldness seemed to have softened. She knew that it was because of separation, because this departure might not come back. If I'm still alive, I'll welcome you. Mu Bingmei bit her lower lip, and tears flowed down from the corners of her eyes. After Wang Lin left the cave world, she had never felt so fragile. Wang Lin looked at this beautiful woman and revealed a gentle smile. He let out a sigh and walked up next to Mu Bingmei. They looked at the blood-colored sky together. Wang Lin looked at the sky and softly said, "After leaving the cave world on the immortal astral continent, I always had something I wanted to say to you. Now that I'm back, there is someone to listen to me." Mu Bingmei stood next to Wang Lin and let out a soft hum. Her heart was pounding. She still found all of this unbelievable and didn't know what to say. After hearing Wang Lin's words, she felt a strong sense of nervousness. This kind of feeling was extremely rare for someone as strong as the brilliant Void Saintess and the Celestial Saintess. In this world, aside from Wang Lin, there was no other man who could make her panic like this. Perhaps if there was, it would be Wang Ping. Her right hand was holding the sword, and her left hand was unconsciously holding the corner of her clothes. Her fingers were pale. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze from the blood-colored sky. He looked at Mu Bingmei and softly said, "Lu Mei, don't say it. I don't want to hear it." Mu Bingmei's mind trembled and her face instantly turned pale. The sword in her right hand fell to the ground, and she staggered back. At this moment, she looked so helpless and fragile, as if a gust of wind could blow her away. Her face revealed a poignant beauty that contrasted with her tears. It gave off a sense of weakness that made it impossible for others to be indifferent. "I don't want to hear it, Wang Lin. I don't want to hear it." Even more tears appeared in Mu Bingmei's eyes. The tears flowed down her cheeks and landed on her clothes. Wang Lin looked at Mu Bingmei. He looked at her fragile appearance and her confused and helpless gaze and let out a sigh. "I came back this time not only to see an old friend, but also to end things with you. I have found a method to resurrect Wan Er. Once I leave this place, it will be time to resurrect her." Tears flowed down Mu Bingmei's face. With her intelligence, how could she not understand what Wang Lin was trying to say? Her face was pale and filled with bitterness. "Lu Mei, let the past be the past. I am also responsible for the mistake back then. Let's leave all of this in our memories and seal it. You once told me that you wanted to see Wang Ping. I came back this time to fulfill your wish. Wang Ping also needs a mother. I will use the Dream Dao. At that place, you, me, and Ping Er will go through a reincarnation cycle. Let Ping Er see his mother so that you will have no regrets, and let me also have no regrets." Wang Lin looked at Mu Bingmei and softly said. Mu Bingmei pondered for a long time before wiping away her tears. She looked at Wang Lin with a complicated gaze and gently nodded. Mu Bingmei murmured, "Accompany me through the Dream Dao to enter the mortal world and experience 100 years of reincarnation before ending. Then now you're my husband, right?" Wang Lin closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he nodded. Mu Bingmei smiled, but it was a smile filled with tears. She gently walked forward until she was in front of Wang Lin. She hugged Wang Lin and fell into his embrace. Wang Lin gently hugged Mu Bingmei. The fragrance from her body seemed to be intoxicating. This could be said to be the first time they embraced each other in the truest sense of the word. It was the first time they let go of all kinds of complicated emotions and used 100 years of reincarnation to end that strange relationship that might have been a mistake or an ill-fated relationship. The two of them sat on the mountain under the blood-colored sky. Time gradually passed. After one day, the blood-colored sky became even thicker, and fine cracks appeared on it. It seemed as if it would collapse at any moment. Wang Lin brought Mu Bingmei away from the mountain and into the distance. After a day of rest, he went back to work today. Yesterday was really free. There was no book review section, no typing on the keyboard, no plotting in his mind. He worked for a day. Chapter 2076. Master South Cloud saw Wang Lin. Tao Master Blue Dream also saw Wang Lin. In the celestial realm, everyone who had seen Wang Lin before saw him. The white-haired, white-robed figure was the lord of the sealed realm in their hearts. Some of the cultivators who had entered the celestial realm later hadn't personally seen Wang Lin, but over the years, they had heard the rumors about Wang Lin many times. Now that they saw him, the entire celestial realm was boiling. The pressure and panic from before instantly dissipated. With Wang Lin's current cultivation level, Wang Lin could gather origin energy to form a body for Master South Cloud. There would be no discomfort when Master South Cloud's origin soul returned to him. Tao Master Blue Dream hesitated when he saw Wang Lin appear, but he didn't ask. He waited for Wang Lin to form a body for Master South Cloud before he opened his mouth to say something. However, in the end, he only let out a sigh. Wang Lin smiled and greeted the people he was familiar with. He also saw Su Ligua and Lu Jinbiao pulling away a few celestial realm cultivators. He didn't know what they were talking about. The finger-thick sea dragon on Lu Jinbiao's shoulder looked listless. A cultivator even went up to touch it. After seeing it bare its teeth, the cultivator chuckled. Shursen always liked to be alone. He sat in an open space not far away and would occasionally open his eyes. When he looked at Wang Lin, his eyes were filled with respect. After withdrawing his gaze, Wang Lin walked toward Tao Master Blue Dream by himself. Tao Master Blue Dream's face was still pale. It was obvious that his previous injuries were very serious. He raised his right hand and pointed at Tao Master Blue Dream. The surrounding origin energy rushed into Tao Master Blue Dream's body and rapidly healed his injuries. A moment later, Tao Master Blue Dream's face was no longer pale. He took a deep breath and nodded at Wang Lin. Tao Master Blue Dream slowly said, "My daughter, how is she?" Wang Lin was silent as he sat in front of Blue Dream. Seeing Wang Lin's expression, Tao Master Blue Dream's heart skipped a beat and his face turned pale again. "What happened?" "Wang Lin, tell me." "I couldn't find her after she reincarnated," Wang Lin bitterly said. Before Tao Master Blue Dream, even though he was the strongest person on the immortal astral continent, the person before him had helped him and was Li Qingmei's father. Wang Lin still treated him like a junior. Tao Master Blue Dream closed his eyes and muttered, "I didn't find it. She went to the immortal astral continent for you. You didn't find her. Didn't find her." Blue Dream opened his eyes and laughed. This laughter was filled with disappointment and anger. Just at this moment, a loud rumble came from the blood-red sky. The cracks in the sky suddenly showed signs of collapsing, and a burst of wild laughter faintly came from the sky. You cave cultivators stubbornly resisted. These blood shadows were the puppets that had appeared in the sky. They were all expressionless as they stared at the people below. As the blood-colored figures appeared, a young man wearing a red robe stepped out from the hole. His expression was one of complacency, and killing intent radiated off of him. As soon as he appeared, his voice echoed out in all directions. "It's just a mere array formation, yet it was still broken by my master. You lowly cultivators, let's see how you'll resist this time. Mu Bingmei, once teacher trains you, I'll let you know the relationship between me and that Wang Lin." The young man laughed like crazy as he walked out from the bloodlight. His eyes shined as he looked down, but when he looked down, his words suddenly stopped. He saw Master South Cloud sneering at him. He saw that Master South Cloud had a body, and he also saw the beautiful Mu Bingmei. She was coldly looking at him, as if she was looking at a dead person. What shocked him even more was that he saw a man in white sitting on the ground before Dao Master Blue Dream. This man didn't look up at him, but when he looked at this man, his body trembled. This person's appearance was somewhat familiar. The young man in red was startled and his mind rumbled as if countless bolts of thunder had exploded. He couldn't believe his eyes. This person looked exactly the same as the statue of Suzaku he had seen since he was a child. Ancestor. He seemed to have gone crazy. He couldn't believe that the person before him was his ancestor, Wang Lin. However, the trembling in his soul clearly told him that this white-haired young man was Suzaku's ancestor, the Lord of the Sealed Realm, Wang Lin. Even if it really is him, so what? He is not teacher's match. The young man's expression changed greatly, and he subconsciously retreated. His expression suddenly became fierce. Interesting. You actually found someone who looks like him. Don't tell me you think he's relying on. Before he could finish speaking, the white-robed, white-haired man looked up at him. His gaze was calm, but when the young man saw it, his entire body began to tremble. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze and calmly said, "San, kill him." Not far away, there was a flash of coldness in San's eyes. He didn't hesitate and flew into the air. He waved his right hand and green smoke appeared. It looked like it was the extreme fire Dao. When Wang Lin met his disciple, San, he had chosen a spell that was suitable for San. Not only did he teach San, he also gathered origin energy to help San's cultivation level increase greatly. This was something others couldn't do, but Wang Lin was half a step into heaven trampling and was comparable to the ancient ancestor or celestial ancestor. This was not difficult for him. Under the gazes of the celestial realm cultivators below, 13th's expression was indifferent. Green smoke surrounded him and turned into several rings of smoke that spread out. A thunderous rumble echoed, and as the smoke rings spread out, the entire sky was set ablaze with raging flames. Within the raging flames, all the blood shadow puppets collapsed. They didn't even have the slightest ability to resist. The sea of flames covered the sky, and in an instant, a mournful scream rang out. 13 coldly walked out of the sea of flames, holding a head filled with despair in his right hand. The sea of fire in the sky dissipated when San left. The sky was still red, but it had dimmed a lot. An old man appeared from the hole and stared dumbfoundedly at Wang Lin. Wang Lin! The old man was filled with disbelief, but his expression soon became ferocious. His void, turbulent cultivation erupted, causing the sky to tremble and the earth to tremble. You dare to come back from the cave world, but even if you did, you're still an ant before the old man. The old man was Master Scarlet Soul. As he spoke, he charged out of the hole in the sky toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's cultivation level was like a fog to him, but he believed that Wang Lin must have some treasure to hide his cultivation level. This kind of method was very common on the immortal astral continent, and with his void turbulent cultivation, he was confident in his own void turbulent cultivation. Wang Lin looked at Master Scarlet Soul, closing in with a calm expression. Before he could act, the finger-sized snake on Lu Jinbiao's shoulder raised its head. Its eyes revealed a ferocious gaze, and it let out a heaven-shaking roar. This roar shook the world and caused the ears of all the celestial realm cultivators to tremble. Master Scarlet Soul's body trembled, and he subconsciously stopped in the air. When he looked over, he sucked in a breath of cold air and was completely dumbfounded. This is... The small snake quickly flew into the air, and under the dumbfounded gazes of all the cultivators, its body expanded until it returned to its original form. A giant sea dragon hundreds of thousands of feet long roared at the startled Master Scarlet Soul. Gold! Gold! Sovereign! Sea dragon! Master Scarlet Soul felt like he was dreaming. Chapter 2077. Master Scarlet Soul came from the immortal astral continent, so he knew that on the immortal astral continent, there were cultivators far beyond the cave world. Golden Exalts, Empyrean Exalts, Ascendant Empyreans, and the 9 powerful Grand Empyreans. On the immortal astral continent, with Master Scarlet Soul's cultivation level, he would be extremely respectful if he met a Golden Exalt. After all, a Golden Exalt was a peak overlord. Even in some big sects, Golden Exalts were like the head elder and could determine the strength of a sect. Master Scarlet Soul's dream was to become a Golden Exalt cultivator. He had broken the formation in the celestial realm with the same goal. He wanted to devour the cultivators of the celestial realm and absorb their essence blood to make a breakthrough in his cultivation level. But now, when Master Scarlet Soul saw the small snake that was as thick as a thumb suddenly expand into a sea dragon that was 100,000 feet long, his mind went blank. The pressure coming from the sea dragon was enough to shake the entire celestial realm. Most people here felt their hearts tremble, and they even had the urge to worship it. Golden Exalt. This is a Golden Exalt. Master Scarlet Soul's face was pale, and his eyes were dull. He didn't dare to believe what he was seeing. A rarely seen Golden Exalt existence, especially a Golden Exalt beast that was even rarer than cultivators, had appeared in the cave world before him. This feeling of absurdity almost made Master Scarlet Soul go crazy. The Golden Exalt's sea dragon's body moved, and its huge head suddenly turned. Its ferocious eyes coldly stared at Master Scarlet Soul and let out a roar. This roar caused Master Scarlet Soul's body to tremble violently. His origin soul became unstable as if it was going to collapse. This feeling told him that the sea dragon before him was definitely a Golden Exalt existence. Master Scarlet Soul subconsciously retreated a few steps, and sweat appeared on his forehead. He couldn't imagine why a Golden Exalt sea dragon would appear next to Wang Lin. This had already exceeded the scope of his thoughts, and he even had the illusion that all of this was a dream. Just as he retreated, he suddenly remembered something. The sea dragon didn't appear next to Wang Lin, but from the shoulder of a celestial-like cultivator not far away. It's not that Wang Lin is strong. It's that Wang Lin doesn't give off any pressure or cultivation fluctuations. Although he has a treasure to hide his aura on the immortal astral continent, only the weak would use this method to protect themselves. This means Wang Lin's cultivation level isn't high. This sea dragon isn't his, it belongs to that celestial-like cultivator. Wang Lin's cultivation level wasn't high, but he had to be a good friend of that cultivator. He was probably worried that his cultivation level wasn't high enough, so he invited others to follow him. Looking at that celestial-like cultivator, his cultivation level wasn't high. This person must have a teacher, an Empyrean Exalt on the immortal astral continent. This is the only way to explain everything. Master Scarlet Soul's eyes lit up, and hundreds of thoughts flashed through his mind. At this moment, he was convinced that his speculation was correct. As he retreated, the Golden Exalt sea dragon opened its mouth and was about to devour him. At this moment, Master Scarlet Soul let out a roar. "Fellow cultivator, listen to me." The person he spoke to wasn't Wang Lin or the sea dragon, but Lu Jinbiao, who was proudly looking at the sky. Fellow cultivator's teacher should be one of the Empyrean Exalts of the Celestial Clan. Fellow cultivator should be a direct disciple of that Empyrean Exalt, or else you wouldn't have been given this Golden Exalt sea dragon. Fellow cultivator, this is a private matter between me and Wang Lin. I hope fellow cultivator doesn't get involved. Master Scarlet Soul will definitely thank you. Master Scarlet Soul had no other choice. Under the pressure of the Golden Exalt sea dragon, he didn't even have the courage to escape. This was a life and death crisis for him, so he didn't have time to think. Even though he had guessed that the other party had been invited by Wang Lin and it would be difficult to convince him, he still had to try. Before I was sealed, I hid my life savings in the Eastern continent. There are things I collected over countless years. I'm willing to give them all to fellow cultivator. I only ask that fellow cultivator be merciful and let me live. Master Scarlet Soul was extremely nervous. He was being stared at by the sea dragon, and he was extremely afraid. Even his voice was trembling. Lu Jinbiao was startled. Wang Lin smiled and didn't speak. Su Ligua, the sea dragon, Master South Cloud, and company were also startled. Su Ligua was startled for a moment, and then suddenly laughed. Lu Jinbiao coughed a few times and looked at the desperate Master Scarlet Soul with a smile that wasn't a smile. He shook his head. The old man's teacher is Sun Shanqing, an Empyrean exalt under Grand Empyrean Daoyi. If you let the sea dragon kill me, Uncle Master will definitely know. I don't believe your teacher will become enemies with an Empyrean exalt of the same rank. Because of this, Master Scarlet Soul screamed. His face was pale, and he was filled with fear of death. And Grand Empyrean Dao E is extremely protective. If Uncle Master goes and pleads, all of you will have to pay the price. Wang Lin, you won't be able to bear this price. The entire cave world will perish. You have been to the immortal astral continent, so you must know about the existence of Grand Empyreans. If you let the old man go, the old man will swear he won't have any ideas about the celestial realm again. I'll immediately leave the cave world and return to the immortal astral continent. Master Scarlet Soul screamed. He believed that since Wang Lin had returned from the cave world, he must know about the existence of Grand Empyreans. He was confident that these words would have a deterrent effect. When Lu Jinbiao heard this, he subconsciously looked at Wang Lin. His expression made Master Scarlet Soul feel a bit more confident. Wang Lin's expression was a bit strange. He looked at Master Scarlet Soul, who was in fear and was trying to find a way to survive, and smiled. Master Scarlet Soul quickly said, "And if you let the old man go, the old man can plead with Uncle Master to accept you as a disciple. Then you'll be under Grand Empyrean Dao E. Once you make a breakthrough, you will be able to reach the heavens in one step and do as you please on the immortal astral continent." Dao E. Grand Empyrean. Wang Lin stood up and looked at Master Scarlet Soul. In his eyes, Master Scarlet Soul was an ant. The surrounding celestial realm cultivators didn't know Wang Lin's cultivation level, but after hearing Master Scarlet Soul's words, their hearts trembled when they heard the mysterious Grand Empyrean Dao Yi's name. Dao Master Blue Dream frowned, but didn't speak. As for Master South Cloud, his expression was also gloomy. His confidence in Wang Lin's strength was shaken. Wang Lin slowly said, "The immortal astral continent originally had 9 Grand Empyreans, and Dao E was the weakest." His expression was still calm. Master Scarlet Soul's eyes lit up. He also knew about this, and after hearing Wang Lin say this, he was even more certain that Wang Lin knew how powerful Grand Empyreans were. However, he was a bit hesitant. Wang Lin's casual tone when he mentioned Grand Empyreans made Master Scarlet Soul feel like something bad was going to happen. Wang Lin slowly said, "But even the weakest Grand Empyrean has the power to rule over all life." However, when he got here, his words suddenly changed. However, even if Dao E personally came and saw Wang, he would immediately retreat. I fear he wouldn't even dare to come see Wang. Wang Lin faintly smiled. His words were heard by Master Scarlet Soul, and his eyes widened. He looked at Wang Lin and felt like Wang Lin had gone crazy. No one would dare to say such words. What guts? If you really have guts, why don't you go to the immortal astral continent and say such words before Grand Empyrean Dao E? Although Master Scarlet Soul was afraid, he still ridiculed Wang Lin. There is no need to go through so much trouble. Wang Lin wasn't in a rush to act. Master Scarlet Soul had dared to break the celestial realm's formation. If he was easily killed, it would be difficult to appease Wang Lin's anger. Dao E, this person said that one of your Empyreans is his Uncle Master. Tell me, is this true? Wang Lin raised his right hand and waved. The world rumbled, and the sea dragon quickly retreated. A giant vortex appeared in the sky above the celestial realm. This vortex continued to rotate and connected to the stars. It was as if a passage had been opened. It blasted open the void where the law of the immortal astral continent was and connected to the immortal astral continent. On the immortal astral continent, Dao Yi, who had returned to his sect from the vast basin, thought back to what he had seen outside the sea storm. His heart was filled with fear. He didn't want to believe it, but he knew it was all true. The strongest person on the immortal astral continent was no longer Gu Dao, but Wang Lin, who terrified him. Just at this moment, the sky above the Dao Yi sect changed and the clouds scattered. A giant vortex appeared and Wang Lin's words echoed. These words were like thunder, causing Dao Yi's expression to change greatly. He was horrified to find that his body couldn't move. His divine sense was surrounded by the strange force from the vortex and was pulled out of his body toward the vortex. Inside the vortex, he saw a strange continent, saw Wang Lin, and heard Wang Lin's words. He felt a strong sense of life and death, as if he was no longer in the control of Wang Lin. It was as if Wang Lin wanted to kill him, it would only take a thought. In the celestial realm, Master Scarlet Soul stared at the sky in a daze. An aura that made him tremble came from the vortex. He had felt this aura before. It belonged to Grand Empyrean Dao Yi. This is impossible. Impossible. There is no Empyrean exalt under this Lord that knows this person. Please, please, Lord Wang, don't be angry. Dao Yi's bitter voice came from the vortex. Master Scarlet Soul clearly felt the respect and fear in his voice. Fake. This is fake. This is impossible. Master Scarlet Soul felt like he was going crazy. He couldn't believe all of this. Chapter 2078. Fake. No one can connect the cave world and the immortal astral continent to form a vortex to take in a Grand Empyrean's divine sense. This is fake. Don't even think about deceiving the old man. Master Scarlet Soul's eyes were bloodshot, and he let out a hysterical roar. His expression was ferocious, and the veins on his face swelled. He seemed to have forgotten his fear and was about to collapse from the unbelievable scene before him. Fake. All of this is fake. Haha, it must be fake. Wang Lin, the old man, was once good friends with the Celestial Emperor's guard, Luo Ming. I once saved his life. He is the Celestial Emperor's trusted aide. Master Scarlet Soul laughed, as if these words were the last straw in his life. Oh, it's fake? Although I can't take the Celestial Emperor's divine sense, I can let you see his broken soul. Wang Lin waved his right hand, and the vortex in the sky disappeared. Dao Yi's aura also disappeared. Only Dao Yi, who was trembling in the Dao Yi sect on the immortal astral continent, could clearly feel how weak he was and how powerful Wang Lin was. Look, this is also fake. Wang Lin's expression was calm. As he spoke, 3 colors of light appeared in the sky behind him. Black, white, and gold. The 3-colored light instantly condensed into a giant sun. The pressure of a Grand Empyrean spread out from Wang Lin's body and descended on Master Scarlet Soul. At the same time, the face of the Celestial Emperor Lien Daozhen appeared in Wang Lin's 3-colored Grand Empyrean. His face was filled with pain, and although it was distorted, anyone who had seen Lien Daozhen before would recognize him at a glance. Fake. All fake. All fake. You're also a Grand Empyrean. Ha! This is all fake. Don't think about deceiving me, Master Scarlet Soul muttered. His eyes had lost focus. After releasing the pressure of a Grand Empyrean, Wang Lin's cultivation level continued to rise until he was half a step into the heaven-trampling realm. His pressure was enough to collapse a star domain and destroy all life. This pressure was not superfluous. It gathered around Master Scarlet Soul, causing his body to rumble. He was dumbfounded and began to laugh like a fool. At the moment he went crazy, his body collapsed. As his body crumbled, Master Scarlet Soul went crazy. He couldn't accept the reality of all this. He didn't dare to think that he was plotting against someone who had refined the Celestial Emperor's soul and was a Grand Empyrean himself. He even wanted to train a Grand Empyrean's lover and accept a descendant of a Grand Empyrean as his disciple. He had even asked the descendant of a Grand Empyrean to rebel against a Grand Empyrean. Preposterous, absurd to the extreme. He went crazy. His body collapsed, and his origin soul perished. However, this pain and the madness in his heart couldn't be compared. It was like comparing a firefly to the bright moon. This method of death was countless times crueler than directly destroying his body. Aside from his body, Wang Lin had also destroyed his mind and mind. He had mercilessly destroyed everything from the inside out. The day after this battle, Wang Lin left with Mu Bingmei, Shi San, and Su Ligua. Before leaving, Wang Lin rearranged the formation around the celestial realm. This formation was so powerful that unless the celestial ancestor and ancient ancestor were reborn, no one on the immortal astral continent could break it. Not even Gu Dao could break it. When he left, Wang Lin left a portion of his Dao and spells in the celestial realm. He also gathered the power of the world and turned it into a mountain of pills. He left a powerful seed for the celestial realm. Perhaps one day, the celestial realm would be filled with powerful cultivators, and there would be people who inherited Wang Lin's Dao. A perfect protective formation, a large amount of pills, spells, and even Wang Lin's comprehension of ethereal essences would allow the celestial realm to rapidly grow stronger. Something like what happened to Master Scarlet Soul would never happen again. Before leaving, Wang Lin and Blue Dream talked for a long time. Aside from the two of them, no one else knew what they talked about. After Blue Dream sent off Wang Lin, she chose to go into closed-door cultivation. Wang Lin left. He traveled through the vast sea of stars and returned to Shizuku. He sat before his statue on Shizuku for a few days before he left Shizuku by himself. He first went to planet Tianyun, which had become a ruin during the war. There, Wang Lin spread out his divine sense and found the entrance to the demon spirit land. He entered the familiar place, Celestial Emperor Qing Lin's cave. He found the scroll he had sealed in the abyss and unsealed the woman inside, allowing her to enter the reincarnation cycle. That woman was mysterious back then, but to Wang Lin, she was no longer important. Wang Lin left the demon spirit land. He went to many places in the inner realm. He didn't deliberately look for answers to some of the unresolved matters of the past, but he resolved them one by one. In the end, he left the inner realm and arrived in the outer realm. In the outer realm, the first place Wang Lin went was the Fallen Land. There, he saw old Rosefinch, who had helped him before. He saw a lot of old friends. Several days later, Wang Lin unsealed the Fallen Land. Old Rosefinch and company were no longer trapped there and could leave at will. Wang Lin took away the most important item in the Fallen Land, the pointer of a roulette wheel. Wang Lin's footsteps in the outer realm had covered a lot of places. He had seen Taoist scattered spirit, a friend that had touched his heart. Similarly, Wang Lin saw a baby on a cultivation planet in the outer realm. The baby's body was immersed in the core of the planet, as if it was sleeping. He looked very similar to Tua Sr. Although Wang Lin didn't know what had happened, he could see that Tua-san was probably 2C, and he was cultivating some kind of spell. This spell required the body to turn back into a baby and grow once more. On the planet, Wang Lin looked at the baby. Several days later, he chose to leave. Before leaving, he left a divine sense message for Tua Senator. Once the baby grew up, he would feel the message. For Wang Lin, there were no secrets in the cave world. If there were any, it would be the mysterious All-Seer and the mysterious Seven-Colored Taoist. However, the traces of their existence had disappeared from the cave world. Wang Lin went to a lot of places. 1 year later, he returned to Shizuku, to his hometown. There was one last secret waiting for Wang Lin to reveal. Back then, he didn't have the strength to find it, and before he left the cave world, he was confused about the future, so he didn't have time to pay attention to it. However, now that he was standing on Shizuku, Wang Lin arrived at the Sea of Devils, the entrance to the land of the ancient god. Although the land of the ancient god had collapsed due to Tua's son leaving, there was still a space that had existed for a very long time. Wang Lin stepped into that space and found the Ji Qiong in the land of the ancient god. This beast had once absorbed Wang Lin's divine sense and grew a head that looked exactly like Wang Lin. However, when Wang Lin found it, the beast had been dead for an unknown number of years, and only its skeleton remained. Wang Lin stood beside the skeleton and pondered for a long time. His gaze was still locked onto one of the many heads on the skeleton. It was a human skull, but it wasn't the size of a normal skull. Instead, it was like a fist. Looking at this skull, Wang Lin was confused. There was a skull that looked exactly the same as this one in his bag of holding. He took out the skull. When he placed the two skulls together, one of them turned into specks of light and disappeared. Wang Lin recognized that the one that disappeared was the one he obtained from Dao Yi. A hint of enlightenment appeared in Wang Lin's mind, but it was only a flash and he couldn't grasp it clearly. Wang Lin stroked the skull and muttered to himself, "If reincarnation really exists, then when the past meets the past will dissipate and no longer exist. All that remains is the present." After putting away the skull, Wang Lin also let out a sigh of relief. When he vaguely had some speculations about himself, there was a fear in his heart toward this thing that looked like a baby's skull. He wasn't afraid of this thing, but the arrival of this thing. He had hesitated before. If reincarnation really existed, did this thing belong to Wang Ping? Now, he had his answer. After putting away the skull, Wang Lin turned and walked out of the space where the land of the ancient god was. Imperial teacher Dao Ji, who is similar to All-Seer, once said that I found the skull and the white hair. Now that the skull has changed, does that mean that one day the white hair will be like the skull? Wang Lin silently left this place. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. Su Ligua's seal had long since been released. After he regained his freedom, he couldn't hold back the pride of returning home. He left with Lu Jinbiao 10 years ago, and no one knew where they went. The sea dragon accompanied the two of them so that they wouldn't be harmed in the cave world. Only they could bully others, and no one would bully them. Before Lu Jinbiao left, he solemnly told Su Ligua that he wanted to pursue the ultimate of the Tao of deception. However, he felt that his cooperation with Su Ligua was still lacking. He needed to find someone else to join them. Perhaps it would be more perfect. Su Ligua deeply agreed with this. After the two of them discussed it, they couldn't help but set their sights on Cheng Tahong from the past. Thus, they decided that their first stop was to find Cheng Tahong. As always, San didn't leave Shizuku. Instead, he chose to stay in closed-door cultivation and wait for his master to awaken. His cultivation level had increased during these 10 years. Most importantly, he had inherited Wang Lin's complete Tao and almost all of Wang Lin's spells. Aside from his lack of comprehension of ethereal essences, San had already condensed the 5 element essences. San seemed to have a shocking talent for the 8 extreme Daos, and his comprehension of them was extremely deep. San wasn't the only one protecting Wang Lin. There was also the Mosquito King. This beast's cultivation level was extremely high, and it was like an overlord on Shizuku. Every time it went out, it would cause a commotion among the cultivators on the planet. There were cultivators that wanted to capture it, but after suffering and realizing the difference between them and this beast, they gradually avoided it and didn't dare to provoke it. The mosquito beast wouldn't hurt people, and it would occasionally leave Shizuku to play among the stars. As time passed, the cultivators on Shizuku got used to its existence. As for Wang Lin and Mu Bingmei, 10 years ago, they entered a cave in a mountain. Inside, Wang Lin used the Dream Tao to guide Mu Bingmei to resolve the knot in Lu Mei's heart. Perhaps after resolving the knot in Lu Mei's heart, the relationship between Wang Lin and Mu Bingmei would be different. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, another 10 years passed. The cultivators on Shizuku didn't know that the rumored Wang Lin had already returned to his hometown. They only knew that 20 years ago, a mountain was occupied by a cold cultivator and turned into a forbidden land. No one was allowed to take half a step inside. The first time was a warning, but the second time was a slaughter. Chapter 2079. It was hard to say which autumn it was, but as the autumn leaves floated down in the wind, They curled up and danced in the air, as if they were looking for their home. The autumn sky was cloudless and blue, looking very beautiful. In this autumn morning, there were bursts of smoke curling up into the sky. It looked like a farm that looked like a peach orchard. This was the state of Zhao. Many of the people who lived here had never ventured far from their homes in their entire lives, much less a remote part of the state of Zhao, a small mountain village at the foot of the LJ mountain range. As the autumn leaves danced in the morning wind, the sound of trumpets could be heard coming from the entrance of the village. There were even some naughty children running around, laughing with excitement. A red sedan chair was surrounded by people in the village. It came to a stop outside of a courtyard house, and the noise was like a cauldron of boiling cauldrons. Clearly, this family was welcoming a bride. According to the rumors, the ancestor of this family was a carpenter, and the current generation was a scholar. It was said that he passed the county exam, but for some reason, he didn't go to the capital. Instead, he returned to the village and lived there. More than 20 years had passed, and the scholar was now middle-aged. He had an only son, who had gradually grown up to be a powerful man. Today was the day of his wedding for the boy named Wang Lin. Wang Lin had grown up here, and the villagers knew him very well. He was a poor mute and always looked off into the distance. It was impossible to tell what he was looking at. As the noise rose up, a young woman walked out from the sedan chair. She wore a red veil, and her head was lowered. Wang Lin held her hand, and the two of them walked into the courtyard. All the young people in the village adored her. She was the second daughter of the Liu clan, a wealthy family in the area. When she was young, she liked to spend time with Wang Lin, and the two of them could be said to be childhood sweethearts. It was common to see the two of them sitting together, looking off into the distance. Now that they had grown up, no one was surprised that the two of them had gotten married. However, many people were envious of them. Weddings in the village were not as extravagant as those in the county. It was very simple. The host of the wedding would prepare a banquet, and the entire village would be invited to congratulate them. When the sun set, it would be over. The rest of the time belonged to the newlyweds. Inside the bridal chamber, the honest-looking Wang Lin lifted up his wife's veil, and he saw a breathtakingly beautiful face. The woman's name was Lu Mei. Her face was slightly red as she looked at Wang Lin and smiled. Their gazes met, as if to pierce through the passage of time. It was as if they had been through countless cycles of reincarnation. On the second day of their wedding, Lu Mei sat in the yard with a smile on her face. He had wood carving in his hand. He was carving the most beautiful scene of his wife. In the blink of an eye, 2 years passed. They had a child, a boy. His name was Wang Ping. The boy was very smart and eloquent. As he gradually grew up, the family of 3 lived a very happy and harmonious life. Normally, Wang Lin did not follow his father to study. Instead, he chose to learn the carpentry skills that had been passed down from his ancestors. He continued to live in the peaceful village. His wife, Lu Mei, had a deep affection for her son. She spent most of her time with him. In the morning, she would cook for him, play with him during the day, and at night, she would tell him stories and coax him to sleep. 10 years later, when Wang Ping was 15, he chose to study and left the small village. He went to the outside world to participate in the county's examination. On the day he left, he saw his mother sitting in the courtyard. His father had carved a second wooden carving of his mother. That wooden carving was very beautiful. Wang Ping successfully passed the imperial examination, and a few years later, he went to the capital. Wang Lin and Lu Mei stayed with him in the capital. Time passed, and before they knew it, Wang Lin and Lu Mei's hair had turned white. Wang Ping used his imperial examination to find his own path in the capital. At that time, Wang Ping got married. His wife had a very beautiful name. She was called Qing Yi. She was a very beautiful girl, and she belonged to a rich family in the capital. She was very filial to Wang Lin and Lu Mei. Although they were satisfied, they were also sad. That was because from now on, she represented Wang Ping's family. She was like a bird that grew up and flew high into the sky. Perhaps it would be a long time before she returned home. Wang Lin and Lu Mei chose to leave. They left the capital and returned to the peaceful village to spend the rest of their lives. After returning to the old house in the village, Wang Lin carved a third wooden carving for Lu Mei. The face on the wooden carving was covered with the marks of time, but it was still very beautiful. Life was like this. It was very ordinary, and there weren't many ups and downs. Wang Lin enjoyed every day like this. He and Lu Mei were together. Even though they hadn't spoken a single word in their lives, they watched the sun rise and set, watched it rise and fall, and felt warmth. Gradually, more and more white hair appeared on their heads. Time passed in this warmth. One year, when the autumn leaves were dancing in the air, Wang Lin and Lu Mei were completely old. Their son, Wang Ping, would occasionally come back, but he wouldn't stay for long. He would quickly leave. The two old people sat in the courtyard. Lu Mei smiled as she looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin had a wooden carving in his hand. He looked at Lu Mei and began to carve for her. This might be the last wooden carving in their lives. The outline of the wooden carving gradually appeared in Wang Lin's hand. It gradually became the outline of Lu Mei's appearance. However, her hair wasn't as white as it was now. Instead, it was as beautiful as the day after they got married. I know that even if you haven't spoken to me in your life, you're not a mute. Lu Mei looked at Wang Lin and the carving in his hand with a gentle gaze. Wang Lin raised his head and looked at Lu Mei. He smiled and shook his head, but he still didn't say anything. On the third day after he finished carving the carving, Lu Mei fell ill. She lay on the bed. Her old face still showed the beauty of her youth. She held onto Wang Lin's hand and didn't let go. I know that you're not a mute. Do you remember the first time we met when we were young? At that time, you were looking at the sky. I was very curious about what you were looking at, so I came to your side to look with you. But I didn't see anything. Before I left, you suddenly opened your mouth. The first thing you said to me, you remember, I also remember. Lu Mei looked at Wang Lin with a gentle gaze like water. You told me that I was your wife, and you were my husband. This was destined, as Lu Mei murmured. The smile on her face became even more gentle. She looked at Wang Lin as if she was immersed in those memories. Wang Lin also smiled. He held Lu Mei's hand and didn't let go. The two of them just looked at each other. Lu Mei kept talking. She talked about her entire life. She talked about her youth, about marriage, and about having Wang Ping. Ping is a good child, but he's grown up. He has his own path. We can't let him stay by our side forever. After I leave, you'll be the only one left. You have to take care of him, Lu Mei murmured. Wang Lin shook his head and looked at Lu Mei with a gentle gaze. Lu Mei continued talking until the night passed. When the morning sun shone down and the autumn wind blew the yellow leaves, Lu Mei's eyes were filled with confusion. She held onto Wang Lin's hand and suddenly gripped it tightly. Her wrinkled face was now rosy, as if it could reflect the light. It was as if her weak body was once again injected with life. I see it. Wang Lin, I see it. She struggled to sit up, and a look of joy appeared on her face. She pointed at the sky outside the window and quickly said to Wang Lin, I see what exactly is in the sky that we watched together when we were young. I really see it. I see that there is a you in the sky, and there is a me. I see it. We are celestials. I. As Lu Mei spoke, tears suddenly flowed down from her eyes. She saw an illusion that made her heart ache. How could this be? Even more tears flowed down from Lu Mei's eyes. Everything is in the past. Wang Lin held Lu Mei's hand and said, these were the first words they had spoken since they were married. His voice was hoarse, but it also contained a hint of gentleness. That night, Wang Ping and his wife resigned from their official positions and returned to their hometown. They were preparing to spend the rest of their lives with his parents when he saw his parents in the room. They seemed to be sleeping, and they had passed away with smiles on their faces. He stood in front of his parents in a daze. After a very, very long time, tears flowed down his face. His parents' faces and the events of his childhood appeared in his mind. After sending off their parents, Wang Ping and Qing lived in this old house. Time passed, they grew old, and they closed their eyes. Inside the cave that Shi San was guarding, Wang Lin and Lu Mei were sitting there with their eyes closed. Between them was a rotating bead that emitted a ghostly light that seemed to connect the two of them together. On this day, Wang Lin opened his limit. He looked at the woman beside him for a very, very long time. The woman's eyelashes trembled and tears flowed down. She also opened her eyes and looked at Wang Lin. Their gazes were like in the dream Tao, a gaze that seemed to last for eternity. Mu Bingmei murmured, "Is it over? It's over. Close your eyes, and when you open them again, everything will begin anew." Wang Lin softly said. He knew that the woman before him had very complicated feelings for him. However, no matter how complicated it was, she still couldn't let go. Mu Bingmei stared at Wang Lin. She didn't know what Wang Lin meant, but she obediently closed her eyes to stop the tears from flowing. "Open your eyes." A familiar voice entered her ears. When she opened her eyes, she saw it. Chapter 2080. Mu Bingmei left. She left the cave, left Suzaku, but she wasn't alone. Beside her was a man in white. This man had white hair and an ordinary appearance, but he gave off an indescribable temperament that made people feel comfortable. He held Mu Bingmei's hand, just like in the dream Tao. He held her hand and didn't let go. He vaguely heard Mu Bingmei's words in the sky. Are you an avatar or your original body?" Wang Lin looked at Mu Bingmei and softly said, "I'm Wang Lin. I'm by your side." Mu Bingmei looked at Wang Lin and gradually revealed a smile. That smile was very beautiful and very happy. As they flew away, they left Suzaku, and no one knew where they went. They turned into rays of light and disappeared into the sky. On the ground, in a place they couldn't see, Wang Lin stood there and smiled as he watched them leave. Avatar or original body? Only Wang Lin knew the answer. Perhaps the one that left with Mu Bingmei was Wang Lin's avatar. The one watching them was his original body, or perhaps it was the opposite. There was no answer. Shursen also left. His life had been spent chasing in Wang Lin's footsteps. Now, Wang Lin wanted him to fly alone. When a bird grows up, it has to face the wind and rain alone. It has to look at the rainbow in the wind and rain. Only by doing this can it truly grow into an indomitable person. They all left. Only Wang Lin remained on Suzaku. Before entering the dream with Lu Mei, he went to pay his respects to his parents. Now, after paying his respects again, he came to the home he once lived with Lim Yuan. It was a valley that had been restored by him through the passage of time. In the valley, Wang Lin settled down and accompanied Lim Yuan. As time passed, he felt ordinary. He held Lim Yuan and counted reincarnations together. It was as if he had been like this for a long, long time. In the solitude, he immersed himself in the inner peace, experiencing the warmth. As the years passed, Wang Lin planted many flowers and plants in the valley. He watched the flowers bloom, watched the summer rain fall, watched the autumn wind play the song of time, and watched the snowflakes float down from the sky. Wang Lin had been accompanying Lim Yuan all this time. The sound of the zither seemed to be reverberating in his ears, as if he had traveled back thousands of years. 10 years, 10 years, 10 years. In this peaceful valley, Wang Lin lived for 70 years. He was here with Lim Yuan, forgetting everything else. He didn't think about his own cultivation base, didn't think about his enlightenment of essence, didn't think about all the plots and the twists and turns of life. In his eyes, there was only Lim Yuan. In his mind, there was only her, and in his ears, there was only the sound of zither music echoing through the years. On the 200th year after returning to the cave world, a guest arrived at the valley where Wang Lin lived. This guest was a bald man. His appearance was the same as before. There was no change at all. He walked out of the world and stood outside the valley for a long time. He looked at the hundreds of flowers blooming in the valley, at the wooden house in the middle of the sea of flowers, and at the lonely figure sitting cross-legged in front of the wooden house. The man let out a sigh and revealed a melancholy expression. He held a wine jug in his hand and let out a sigh as he walked into the valley. He passed through the sea of flowers and arrived next to Wang Lin. He looked at Wang Lin for a long time before sitting down opposite of Wang Lin. Wang Lin opened his eyes and looked up at the bald man before him. A smile slowly appeared on his face. "You came." The bald man nodded in silence. "Can't forget." After a while, the bald man handed the wine jug to Wang Lin. He took out another and took a big gulp. Some of the wine flowed down from the corner of his mouth and landed on his clothes. "I never wanted to forget, so how can I not forget?" Wang Lin took the wine jug and took a sip. "You are torturing yourself." The bald man had a complicated expression as he looked at Wang Lin. "Torturing?" Wang Lin muttered. He drank the wine and didn't continue to speak. "You are tired. Speak." "Yes." "Give up. You won't succeed. If you continue like this, Wanair will also be tired." The bald man shook his head. "Should I call you Emoji or something else?" Wang Lin looked up at the sky. After a moment of silence, he slowly said, "This bald man is the one who told Wang Lin in the temple on that rainy night that year. Emoji. Emoji. That has always been my name." The bald man sighed. "Wang Lin, you should have some guesses as to the answer to all of this. I can tell you everything." "You." Emoji was about to open his mouth. "Don't say it. There are some things that I want to think about myself." Wang Lin shook his head and took a big gulp from the wine jug. "Drink with me. We haven't seen each other for a long time." Wang Lin smiled as he looked at Emoji. The bald man didn't say anything. He held the wine jug and drank with Wang Lin. Night fell, and then the sun rose. The two of them didn't say another word. When the sky was bright again, Emoji stood up and looked at Wang Lin. He sighed. "I'm leaving. I hope you can succeed." He didn't try to persuade Wang Lin any further. He turned and walked off into the distance. Just as he was about to leave the valley, he stopped. He didn't look back, but instead turned his back to Wang Lin. "Master wants me to ask you, when are you going to return the defying mortal dimensions boundary compass?" Emoji's words echoed throughout the valley. With that, he walked out of the valley and disappeared into the distance. As usual, Wang Lin sat there cross-legged, drinking wine. He didn't pay any attention to Emoji's words or his departure. He had long understood some things, but he knew that he was himself. His name was Wang Lin, and he was born in the country of Zhao in Shizuku. He grew up in a small mountain village in a carpenter's family. Step by step, he stepped onto the path of cultivation. Step by step, he reached where he was today. Resurrecting Li Muan was his own decision. It wasn't a decision he made because of some consciousness or reincarnation. It was a choice he had made. IME, Wang Lingguo wasn't confused, but he was very clear. Whether it is Emoji, Red Butterfly, or even Emoji's teacher and Tian Yunzi, they all think that everything in the world, the cave world, and the immortal astral continent are all illusions. They're all created by my dream Tao. Wang Lin muttered. He had long since understood all of this. However, is it really like this? Wang Lin faintly smiled. He stood up and looked at the sky. His eyes shined brightly. Tian Yunzi, do you really think I don't know your origin? Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he looked at the sky. He vaguely saw that beyond the sky, beyond the immortal astral continent, in the boundless darkness, there was a figure wearing black with extremely long, black hair. This figure gave off a sense of destruction and slaughter as if it was coming from afar. The target of that figure is the immortal astral continent. Tian Yunzi, the answer to all of this is not you telling me in the immemorial God realm, but me telling you there. I'll let you know what the real truth is. Wang Lin waved his sleeve, and a skull appeared in his hand. This skull belonged to Ji Qiang. The skull flickered, and a line of tiny words appeared on it before quickly disappearing. You're all wrong. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze and smiled. He turned toward the cabin and looked at Li Muan. Wang Lin sat down beside her and looked at her as if she was sleeping. His gaze was gentle. Wan Air, you will wake up, because I already know the real method, and I have already begun in the ancestral temple. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a hint of madness. This method was indeed crazy. Time gradually passed as summer, autumn, and winter alternated. Wang Lin had spent many years accompanying Li Muan in this valley. This kind of peaceful life was something that Wang Lin had rarely experienced aside from turning into a mortal and entering the dream Dao. He accompanied Li Muan, talking, recalling his memories, and immersed himself in his own world. Over the years, San had returned several times. Each time, he would accompany Wang Lin for a few months before leaving to continue his own life and cultivation. Su Ligua and Lu Jinbiao had used some unknown method to find Chang Tahong. With the three of them working together, they were extremely happy in the cave world. In particular, their bodies had reincarnated on the immortal astral continent, so they could borrow Wang Lin's power to enter and exit the cave world. As for Zhong Dahong, with Wang Lin's help, he could do the same. As a result, after sweeping the entire cave world, the three of them and the sea dragon that liked this activity left the cave world and began their legendary experience on the immortal astral continent. However, before they left, Su Ligua's group of three came to Wang Lin. They served him diligently and flattered him. Finally, to Wang Lin's amusement, he left his aura and mark on them to ensure their safety. Then Su Ligua's group of three left in excitement. With Wang Lin's tiger skin and the power of the golden exalt sea dragon, they were confident they could deceive the immortal astral continent. On the 60th year after Su Ligua's group of three left, Wang Lin took Li Muan out of the valley, out of Suzuko, out of the cave world, and toward the immortal astral continent. Before he left, his divine sense saw the celestial realm and saw the cultivators there digesting the Tao he had left behind. He saw San and many old friends. He withdrew his divine sense and took one last look at the cave world. There were still 3 months until the immemorial Shun realm opened on the immortal astral continent. That would be Wang Lin's final stop. When I leave the immemorial God realm, one heir, you will accompany me, Wang Lin murmured as he stepped into the door of the cave world and disappeared. Everyone was anxious about the monthly votes. No need to worry about the monthly votes. This month, there was no point. Chapter 2081. When his figure disappeared from the cave world, on an ordinary cultivation planet in the Luo Tian star system, there was a woman wearing a purple dress. Her hair reached her waist, and she stood at the top of a mountain. Her hair was blown by the wind, and her dress fluttered. Her expression was calm and elegant. She looked up at the sky, in the sunlight. If one were to look closely, they would be able to see the beautiful hair on her face. At that moment, her eyes were filled with confusion. Just now, she had felt a wave of divine sense descend upon her. It paused for a moment before disappearing without a trace. She originally thought that it was an illusion, but when the divine sense disappeared, a jade slip appeared in front of her. That jade slip floated there quietly, emitting a gentle light and not moving at all. She was Shi Zifeng. She stared blankly at the jade slip in front of her. The gentle light it gave off revealed a familiar aura. That aura seemed to haunt her for the rest of her life, and she would never forget it. Wang Lin. Shi Zifeng silently pondered for a long time. She raised her jade-like hand and gently held the jade. She closed her eyes, and her divine sense entered the jade. She could hear Wang Lin's voice. After a long, long time, when Shi Zifeng opened her eyes once more, she revealed a gentle smile. That smile was very beautiful. Also in this cave world, in the desolate sea of stars outside the realm, there was a large amount of rubble floating. They seemed to contain some kind of strange law as they drew a huge arc and slowly rotated. There was an old man sitting cross-legged in the center of the giant boulder. The old man's face was ruddy, and he was calmly cultivating. Every once in a while, there would be a flash of gray light coming from his body. It was as if gray gas was coming out of his body and fusing with the boulder. The gray gas spread out and was absorbed by the other boulders. A long time ago, there were no rocks here. It was unknown when this old man arrived, but more and more rocks appeared out of nowhere. They seemed to be formed by his spell. This old man was the stone statue in the depths of the wind celestial realm. If not for him, Wang Lin would have been in even more danger during his battle with Taoist water. At this moment, The old man's eyes were closed, and he was quietly cultivating to force the power of stone out of his body. This was how the large amount of rocks here were formed. It will take another 300 years for the old man to fully recover. At that time, I can leave this place and return to my hometown. The old man opened his eyes. His gaze seemed to be able to penetrate the rocks and see the calm and vast stars. He was not a cultivator from the cave world. He came from the immortal astral continent, from the Seven Tao sect. In truth, he was just a disciple of the seven-colored celestial sovereign. As he muttered, he was reluctant to part with this cave world. He had been here for a very long time. After pondering for a while, he let out a sigh and closed his eyes once more. Just as he was about to continue meditating, a divine sense suddenly swept past the area he was in. This divine sense was very powerful, and it shocked the old man. He knew that if the owner of this divine sense didn't want him to notice it, he wouldn't have the ability to notice it. He felt that the power of this divine sense was comparable to the might of the heavens. The divine sense swept past and didn't stop. However, after it disappeared, a medicinal pill appeared before the old man out of thin air while he was still in a state of shock and bewilderment. The pill was completely red and gave off a shocking amount of origin energy. He only took a whiff of the fragrance, and the power of stone in his body was immediately suppressed. Looking at the pill, he recalled the divine sense from before. The old man gradually found a trace of familiarity. He was in a trance and muttered after a moment. It's him. Similarly, at this moment, when Wang Lin walked out of the cave world, in the outer realm, in the core of an ordinary cultivation planet, the eyes of a sleeping baby trembled as if he was about to open. However, after a long time, he still didn't open his eyes. Instead, he gradually calmed down and went back to sleep. Inside and outside the planet, endless spiritual energy was slowly gathering from all directions and being absorbed by the baby, becoming nutrients for him to grow. Before him was a jade formed by divine sense. This jade wasn't real, but hovered between illusion and reality. It floated there, waiting for the baby to wake up and see the day he woke up. The cultivation planet the baby was on was very ordinary. There was nothing strange about it. However, if there was anything special, it would be that this planet looked like an eyeball from afar. The mountains on the planet were like the bloodlines of the eyeball. The vast sea was like the white outside the pupil, and the continent in the sea was like the L of the pupil. Wang Lin had been here before. Not only did he see Tuasun, who had turned into a baby, but he also saw the cultivation planet that Tuasun had found and decided to sleep here. After Wang Lin left, the cave world was immersed in calmness, as if it was recovering. It gradually grew stronger, and a force that almost no one could detect appeared when Wang Lin stepped out of the cave world. This force could protect this place for generations to come, so that something like what happened to Master Scarlet Soul would never happen again. On the immortal astral continent, in the area that belonged to the Celestial clan, in the Heavenly Bull continent, there was a mountain shrouded in fog. On this day, a powerful force rushed into the sky, and countless specks of light spread in all directions. After the specks of light dissipated, Wang Lin slowly walked out next to the entrance to the cave world. He was wearing white and had a head of white hair. 300 years passed in the blink of an eye. Wang Lin stood there and looked at the sky above the immortal astral continent. After silently pondering for a moment, he walked forward. Seven Tao sect, Wang Lin muttered. Before leaving, he waved his right hand, and a gust of wind surrounded the entire Seven Tao sect. The ruins here dissipated and were replaced by a majestic sect. Let this place become the home of everyone who left the cave world. Wang Lin muttered as his right hand reached to the sky. Nearly 20 balls of light flew out and disappeared in a flash. These nearly 20 balls of light appeared in many places across the Celestial clan. Shimizu, who was walking in the desert, seemed to notice something. He looked up and a ball of light arrived and entered his body. His body trembled, and a moment later, he opened his eyes and revealed a smile. Master Hongshan was rushing through the sky. There was a ray of sword energy before him, and inside it was a ferocious old man. However, there was fear hidden within that ferocious old man, and he was escaping at full speed. Master Hongshan's expression was gloomy, and he continued to chase. However, just at this moment, a ball of light appeared out of nowhere and entered between Master Hongshan's eyebrows. His eyes narrowed, and he looked toward the direction of the heavenly bull continent. His gloomy expression softened, but he chased even faster. Qing Lin, Zhou Ru, Red Butterfly, Zhou Yi, and almost all the people that had reincarnated in the cave world had received the ball of light and felt the location of the Seven Tao sect. Even if they were still mortals in this life, their memories of the Seven Tao sect would slowly awaken. After taking one last look at the Seven Tao sect, Wang Lin walked out of the sect. He placed down a powerful formation around the Seven Tao sect. This formation was comparable to the Celestial Realm's formation in the cave world. This way, whether or not he could leave the immemorial God Realm, he could ensure the safety of the cave world and protect the existence of the Seven Tao sect. After doing this, Wang Lin didn't look back as he walked into the sky. His figure gradually became transparent until he disappeared. 300 years of time is several lifetimes for mortals, but for cultivators, it is not long. The madman became the Celestial Emperor, and Ji Du became the Ancient Sure Emperor. I wonder how they are doing, Wang Lin murmured. And where's Li Qingmei? Wang Lin sighed. He could guess that Li Qianmei must have recovered her memories like Shimizu. He could also feel why Li Qianmei didn't want to see him. To silently bless me. Wang Lin looked up at the sky and silently pondered. He still remembered Li Qianmei's murmur, the story of the bird and the fish. After a long time, Wang Lin closed his eyes and walked toward the ancient clan. I promised Jidao that when I enter the Tai Ji God Realm, I will enter from the direction of the ancient clan. Wang Lin remembered the promise from the past. His figure walked through the celestial clan and arrived at the edge of the basin formed by the vast sea. He walked toward the center of the basin, toward the storm-like wall of sea. Before he got too close, Wang Lin could hear the thunderous rumbles that seemed to cause the sky to darken. It had been 300 years since he last saw the wall of sea, but it was even more violent than before. As the thunderous rumbles echoed, the wall of sea rotated rapidly and set off a large amount of ripples. They were like waves hanging in the air, and as they crashed into each other, they looked as if they were going to rush into the sky. The 9 gigantic pillars in the depths of the wall gave off a 9-colored light, causing the entire wall of sea to shine. The light was refracted and shrouded the entire area in 9 colors, making it look like a dream. This dreamlike light was mysterious and could capture one's mind. It would make one addicted to it and unable to extricate themselves. Due to the rumors about the immemorial God Realm on the immortal astral continent, this place was filled with desire, the desire to become stronger. Wang Lin stood on the side of the seawall. He didn't hesitate to go through the seawall and appear on the side of the Ji clan. He calmly sat down and waited for the place to open in a few months. As time slowly approached, the ancient clan and celestial clan had prepared for hundreds of years. They were like 2 fierce beasts that had awakened from their slumber and erupted with peak power. Chapter 2082. On the Celestial Clan's side, countless armies of cultivators from the various sects were teleporting toward the vast basin through the rarely used transfer arrays. On the Ancient Clan side, countless Ancient Clan soldiers led by the 3 emperors were also teleporting toward this place. No one knew if this great battle would begin. It all depended on the 2 sides that entered the immemorial God Realm. Which side would produce another Grand Empyrean, and which side's Grand Empyrean would be able to climb even higher in the immemorial God Realm. This was the key to whether or not a great battle would begin. It would be fine if the balance could be maintained, but once the balance was broken, the Celestial Clan had already guessed that Grand Empyrean Gu Dao wouldn't be able to go too far away from the Ancient Clan, and a great battle would be inevitable. unless the ancient clan retreated and didn't dare to take half a step out of the immemorial god realm. No one knew when the immemorial god realm had appeared. It seemed to have existed even longer than the immortal astral continent. Even though the celestial ancestor and ancient ancestor were born from the void, their understanding of the immemorial god realm wasn't complete. Wang Lin sat on the side of the sea storm and looked at the door formed by the pillars. This door was tightly closed and was about to open. Wang Lin wasn't in a rush. He had waited for this day for thousands of years, so a few more months wouldn't make a difference. However, there was a question in his heart. If I hadn't started that crazy plan in the Ji ancestral temple, I wonder what the immemorial god realm would be like once it opens. Wang Lin pondered for a long time. This was a question without an answer. While Wang Lin was waiting for the immemorial god realm to open, 3 rays of light came from the direction of the ancient clan. They were the 3 grand empyreans of the Ji clan: Song Tian, Xian Luo, and Grand Empyrean Ji. The 3 rays of light closed in and turned into 3 figures not far from Wang Lin. Song Tian looked at Wang Lin with a complicated gaze and clasped his hands at Wang Lin. His expression was very respectful. Song Tian greets Wang Zun. The ancient Ji Grand Empyrean also silently pondered and respectfully clasped his hands at Wang Lin. They already knew 300 years ago that the strongest person on the immortal astral continent was no longer Grand Empyrean Guzun, but this person named Wang Lin. After witnessing the illusion 300 years ago, they personally went to Mount Gudao to ask Grand Empyrean Jidao, and they got the same answer. Xian Luo was much older than he was in the past, but there was a smile on his face. He looked at his former disciple in front of him, feeling happy that he had become so powerful. He was about to bow with Song Tian. After all, on the immortal astral continent, the strong were respected. However, the moment the 3 of them arrived, Wang Lin stood up. If it was only Song Tian and the ancient Ji, great heavenly venerate, he wouldn't have reacted this way. However, Xian Luo's arrival made Wang Lin bow toward Xian Luo without any hesitation. Wang Lin greets teacher. This scene was seen by Song Tian and the ancient Ji Great Empyrean, and their hearts trembled. In their lives, they had seen too many masters and disciples fall out with each other. They had also seen many disciples become strong and no longer respect their master. Even if some people respected their master, that was only on the surface. However, the 2 of them could clearly feel Wang Lin's sincerity. As the strongest person on the immortal astral continent, it was only right for Wang Lin to accept Xian Luo's bow. Also, back at the Dao Ji Imperial Palace, they had already severed their relationship as teacher and disciple. Wang Lin looked at Xian Luo, at his teacher who had aged a bit. How could he let his teacher bow to him? Even if he was the strongest person on the immortal astral continent and would become even stronger in the future, he couldn't be ungrateful. Xian Luo opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end, he smiled and nodded at Wang Lin. Perhaps it was due to Wang Lin's respect for Xian Luo, but in the next few days, Song Tian and Ji treated Xian Luo differently. They were originally equal, but now Song Tian and Ji had a hint of respect for Xian Luo. To have the strongest person on the immortal astral continent, Wang Lin, who had defeated Grand Empyrean Gudao, call him teacher was enough to change everything. On the 15th day before the immemorial god realm opened, there was a sudden change in the sea storm. The rumbling from the sea storm increased by several times, and the rumbling was deafening. The shocking sound was enough to kill a criminal. Even some low-level cultivators wouldn't be able to withstand it if they were nearby. If it was light, their minds would be injured and their bodies would shatter. If it was heavy, they would explode and die. Since ancient times, every time the immemorial god realm opened, no low-level cultivators dared to send their disciples in to gamble for the future. This had a lot to do with this rumble. With this rumble, low-level cultivators couldn't get close at all. As time passed, the rumble would become even more intense. In the end, it would shake the world, and anyone below the 3rd step would without a doubt die. Even if they had a treasure to protect them, it would be useless here. On the last day, the rumble would sweep away all cultivators below the void turbulent level. This would limit the number of people that could enter. As the thunderous rumbles echoed, the nine-colored light shot out from the seawall. In the sky, on the ground, and in the surroundings, the nine-colored light gave off a sharp aura that was like a blade. This aura turned into a vortex that swept through the area. Wang Lin's expression was neutral. He clearly saw that the door formed by the 9 pillars seemed to have loosened. The reason the rumble had increased so much was because the door had loosened. It was as if there was a force within the door that was roaring and bombarding, wanting to rush out of the door. Xianluo looked at the sea storm and slowly said to Wang Lin, "Something is wrong. I remember that the last time the immemorial god realm opened, it was 1 week before it opened, and there was such a powerful rumble. However, now it is 1 week early." Xianluo frowned. As a result, the rumble in the immemorial god realm will last longer than before, and it is likely to become several times more intense. Even the clan members with complete 27 stars that have fused with the void won't be able to come. Xianluo revealed a hint of worry. Wang Lin stood on the side and looked at the sea storm. He had lived in the ancient clan for a long time and knew that the G clan members with complete 27 stars that had fused with the void could compare to the golden exalts of the celestial clan. In the past, when the Taiji god realm opened, a large amount of void, turbulent cultivators would be sent to the immemorial god realm to see if they could obtain a great fortune. However, these people were not the key. The key was the golden exalts, Empyrean exalts, and even the very rare ascendant Empyrean exalts. However, this rumble had come 1 week early. Then after 1 week, Xianluo was a bit hesitant as to whether there would be an accident. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze from the sea storm and looked behind him. He could feel hundreds of ancient clan members rushing over from the direction of the ancient clan. Based on their speed, they would all arrive in 3 days. Time passed day by day. On the second day, the rumble increased once more, and on the third day, increased once more. The thunderous rumbles caused the world here to become unstable. Song Tian and the ancient Ji Grand Empyrean's expressions became gloomy and anxious. At noon on the third day, when there were only 12 days left before the Taiji God realm opened, Wang Lin's calm voice clearly entered the ears of Song Tian and company. The celestial clan's Grand Empyreans have arrived. Shortly after, 3 rays of light arrived from the other side of the sea storm. Only Jiu Ti, Wu Feng, and Dao Yi were among the 3 rays of light. As for Grand Empyrean Gemini, she didn't come and chose to stay in the celestial clan. The temptation of the immemorial god realm didn't tempt Gemini too much. She pondered for a long time and chose to stay in the celestial clan. As for Lien Daofei, who had become the celestial emperor, he also didn't come. Like Gemini, he chose to stay in the celestial clan. After Jiodi's group of 3 arrived, they immediately noticed that the rumbling here was different from before. After pondering for a bit, their expressions became gloomy. It was clear they felt the same as Xianluo and company, that something was wrong. The 3 of them looked at each other and saw Xianluo's group of 3 and Wang Lin calmly, sitting on the other side of the sea storm. Dao Yi greets Wang Lin. Dao Yi didn't hesitate to clasp his hands and respectfully bow. "Greetings, Wang Lin." Wu Feng's expression was neutral. It was obvious that 300 years had made him accept this reality. He clasped his hands and bowed. Jiu Ti hesitated for a bit and let out a sigh. He also clasped his hands at Wang Lin, but he didn't say anything. Wang Lin nodded and smiled at Wu Feng. "Long time no see." Wu Feng felt warmth in his heart when he saw Wang Lin like this. He respectfully said, "It has been a few hundred years. I didn't expect Wang Lin's cultivation to reach this level." As the 2 of them conversed, a large number of streaks of light appeared behind Xianluo and the other 2. These people were the Gu clan's people who had been selected to enter the immemorial god realm. At the same time, a giant transfer array appeared behind Jiu Ti's group of 3 and hundreds of figures walked out. Many of them were people Wang Lin had seen in the Empyrean trial. Almost at the instant all of them appeared, perhaps because their numerous presences had caused the space in the area to become unstable. But the rumbling sounds from the sea storm suddenly grew louder. This time, the sound caused the world to tremble, as if it would collapse at any moment. In fact, faintly discernible spatial rifts appeared in the area. This scene caused the expressions of the 6 grand Empyreans to change. According to the plan, it would end around the 7th and 8th. It was originally supposed to end around the 10th, but it erupted at the end of last month, so it was brought forward. I'm fighting for time. Chapter 2083. The sea storm continued to rumble, and at this moment, it was several times louder than before. The sound shook the heavens and the earth, causing a large number of cracks to appear in the surrounding space. It was a strange sound that sounded like the cry of a ghost. It was sharp and impactful, and it contained a power that could shake one's mind and cause one's body to collapse. With the sea storm as the center, it rumbled in all directions. On the G clan side, the experts of the 3 bloodlines that had just arrived had barely stabilized themselves. They stared in shock at the boundless sea storm. They could clearly sense the power of the world contained within it that could annihilate them. This power could make all life tremble in fear, but this didn't include Wang Lin, Xianji, and the other 5 Grand Empyreans. At their cultivation levels, they had different degrees of resistance and disregard for this power. Wang Lin ignored this rumble. When this rumble entered his ears, it didn't cause his mind to tremble at all. It was as if no matter how violent this rumble was, it wasn't qualified to make him feel fear. At his current cultivation level, forget the immortal astral continent. Even in the endless world outside the immortal astral continent, it was extremely rare for something to shock him. However, the 6 Grand Empyreans weren't like this. Although they weren't affected much by this violent rumble, they understood that many of the cultivators and clan members behind them couldn't bear it. Song Tian didn't hesitate. The moment the sea storm appeared, his body flickered and he appeared beside the ancient clan members. He waved his sleeves, and a giant sun appeared behind him. He used his grand Empyrean cultivation to help the members of the 3 clans resist the sea storm. Xian Luo and the ancient Ji Grand Empyrean did the same. The 3 of them worked together to prevent the hundreds of people from the 3 clans from being injured or retreating. The Celestial clan was the same. Jiu Ti's group of 3 acted at the same time with Song Tian's group. They used their own cultivation to form a barrier to protect the hundreds of people of the Celestial clan from the rumble. Only Wang Lin quietly sat down next to the sea storm and calmly looked over. He didn't help anyone. It was meaningless. Wang Lin already understood the result of 12 days later. He looked at the people of the Celestial and Ancient clans and closed his eyes. There are still 12 days until the immemorial God realm opens, but the rumble from the sea storm is the same as the first 2 days before the immemorial God realm opens. If this continues, I fear they won't be able to stay here. The Taiji God realm this time is strange. It is very different from before. The 6 Grand Empyreans on both sides of the sea storm looked at each other, and their expressions became gloomy. As the 6 of them fought back, time passed once more. With each passing day, the roars in the storm would grow stronger. When there were only 9 days left until the divine realm of Taiji opened, the roars had already spread through the entire vast basin. In fact, in the prefectures near the basin, the Immortals and the Ji clan could faintly hear the roars that sounded like the roars of the heavens. At dusk on the 9th day, the rumble from the sea storm was indescribable. Even when the 6 Grand Empyreans used their full power, they couldn't resist. The thunderous rumble had caused the sky to shatter and cracks to appear on the earth. The hundreds of people being protected by the 6 Grand Empyreans all bled from their orifices. There's still 9 more days. We can't hold on any longer. This is already like the last day before the immemorial God realm opens. If we continue to hold on, we will die tomorrow. We might even be injured before we even enter the immemorial God realm. Wu Feng quickly said, I fear we can't let so many people enter the immemorial god realm this time. Dao Yi silently nodded. Jiuti clenched his teeth and no longer hesitated. He immediately sent out a divine sense message. All cultivators below the golden exalt level, retreat and quickly teleport out of this vast basin. At the same time, Song Tian and the other two from the Ji clan also made their decision. Out of the hundreds of clansmen they were protecting, those who had not passed the 3 trials, 7 tribulations, all retreated at an extremely fast speed, leaving the center of the rumbling. A moment later, there were less than 100 people left on both sides of the sea storm. Due to the decrease in numbers, the pressure on the 6 Grand Empyreans was reduced by more than half. Wang Lin saw all of this, but he remained silent and didn't move at all. He only looked at the sea storm, and the gap between the 9 pillars that formed the gate seemed to have widened a bit. Time passed once more. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days passed. There were only 6 days left until the day the immemorial god realm opened. At this moment, the rumble inside and outside the sea storm was several times more intense than before. This was something that had never happened before, and this made the 6 Grand Empyreans anxious. They couldn't bear it anymore. Unless they reduced the number of people, they would also be implicated. Xian Luo looked at Wang Lin. This was the first time he had spoken to Wang Lin while the sea storm rumbled. Wang Lin. In truth, Song Tian and the ancient Ji Grand Empyrean had long placed their hopes on Wang Lin. However, they were also wondering why Gu Dao hadn't arrived yet. However, now is not the time to think about this. After hearing Xian Luo's words, Song Tian and the ancient Ji Grand Empyrean immediately looked at Wang Lin. Teacher. Wang Lin stood up and looked at Xian Luo, who was using his full cultivation to resist the rumble. He let out a sigh. Teacher, it's useless. In the end, they won't be able to enter the Tai Ji God realm. Even you all won't be able to enter. Wang Lin said softly as he raised his right hand and waved at the less than 100 ancient clan members that Xian Luo's group of 3 were guarding. With this wave, Xian Luo's group of 3 no longer felt any pressure. It was as if the rumble had disappeared into thin air, and the nearly 100 ancient clan members recovered from their pain. Gu Dao should have noticed this, so he didn't appear and forcefully intervene. Xian Luo's group of 3 remained silent. They could also feel how strange the Tai Ji God realm was. There were still 6 days left, and it was difficult for them to imagine what the rumble would be like on the last day. Perhaps even they would have to retreat. The ancient clan had Wang Lin's help, but the celestial clan cultivators on the other side of the sea storm had lost an arm under the bitter protection of Geo-Ti's group of 3. Golden exalt, earth exalt. Empyrean earth exalt. All retreat, quickly teleport away. Geo-Ti's voice echoed. A majority of the cultivators silently pondered as they looked at the sea storm with complicated expressions. They left with regret until only 11 people remained. Not all Ascendant Empyreans had chosen to come. These 11 were the Ascendant Empyreans that had chosen to come. There were only 6 days left. These 6 days of time were torture for everyone aside from Wang Lin. Although there were a lot of ancient clan members, Wang Lin's words had caused them to hesitate. Another 3 days passed, and there were only 3 days left before the Tai Ji God realm opened. The rumble from the sea storm was several times louder than before. On the Celestial Clan's side, aside from the Grand Empyreans, the remaining 11 Ascendant Empyreans reluctantly left and chose to teleport away from this vast land. Geo-Ti's group of 3 sat together. Without the Ascendant Empyreans needing protection, the 3 of them could resist the rumble from the sea storm. This would allow them to last longer. Looking at the Celestial Clan cultivators on the other side of the sea storm, Xian Luo's group of 3 felt bitter in their hearts. They had a hunch that what Wang Lin had said was true. If not for Wang Lin's help, they would have ended up like the other side, with only the 3 of them remaining. The last 3 days would be the most difficult 3 days to endure. Before anyone knew it, a day had passed, and the moment it passed, the storm in the sea wall increased by 100-fold. 100-fold. The world collapsed into countless fragments, turning the sky and earth into the void. Jyoti's group of 3 turned pale, but they didn't hesitate to connect their divine senses together to resist. The G-Clan side was still the same. Xian Luo and company didn't seem to feel the increase in the rumble. What they saw made them gain a new understanding of Wang Lin's strength. On the second day before the Tai Ji God Realm opened, Ji Dao arrived. His arrival was silent, as if he had always been here. He walked out from the void and sat down beside Wang Lin. He looked at the sea storm and let out a sigh. Xian Luo, the 3 of you stay. The rest of you can leave. As he spoke, he waved his right hand at the 100G clan members. Their bodies immediately turned illusory and slowly disappeared. Wang Lin cast a glance at Gu Dao. He didn't speak, but continued to look at the sea storm. He looked at the crack on the stone door and saw that it had become even wider. A hint of anticipation appeared in his eyes. At that moment, only the 8 of them remained outside the sea storm. Everything around them was empty. The world had already collapsed, and it was like an illusion. Another day passed. When the last day before the Tai Ji God Realm opened, the storm roared and stirred up the air to form a huge vortex. As the vortex spun rapidly, Zhu Ti's group coughed up blood. Their bodies were sent tumbling back several tens of feet. In their hearts, filled with unwillingness to give up, they knew that they had reached their limit. Dao, he was the first to grit his teeth and leave, followed by the resigned Wu Feng. Only Zhu Ti's expression was twisted. Veins popped up on his face, and he let out a low growl, wanting to persevere. But he only lasted for 4 more hours before he disappeared with a bitter look on his face. I recommend readers to read the novel Adventurer, book number 2093193. You can all go and collect it. Chapter 2084. Zhu Ti's heart was filled with unwillingness, but he could only helplessly leave. As his figure faded away, only 5 people, including Xian Luo, were left beside the sea storm. All of you should leave as well. Even this venerated self has to deal with the sound of the final day. Even if all of you stay, you will not be able to step on the opening of the God Realm of Tai Ji this time around. This is something that this old man only noticed a few days ago. Gu Dao looked at the sea storm and slowly closed his mouth. Xian Luo and the others silently clasped their hands toward Ji Dao. When they saw Zhu and the others helplessly leave, they knew that this opening was not something they could participate in. Just as they were about to leave, Wang Lin got up and walked toward Xian Luo. Master! Xian Luo raised his head and looked at Wang Lin with a smile on his face. Master's reincarnation is imminent. Disciple will enter the archaic God realm twice this time. If I can come out safely, I will protect Master's reincarnation. If I can't, then with this, I can ensure Master's safety. Wang Lin looked at Xian Luo and reached out with his right hand. A jade immediately appeared, and he respectfully handed it to Xian Luo. Xian Luo took the jade, but he didn't immediately look at it. Instead, he looked at Wang Lin. After a long time, he softly said, "Protect yourself." Wang Lin nodded. Xian Luo closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he turned around and left with Song Tian and the ancient Ji Dao sovereign. They turned into 3 rays of light and disappeared in the blink of an eye. At this moment, only Wang Lin and Gu Dao remained outside the sea storm. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, it was dusk. There was only 1 hour left before the opening. The roar from the sea storm reached its peak. The vortex formed by the sea storm rotated rapidly. At first glance, it looked like it was still, as if it wasn't rotating at all. However, the more it was like this, the more it showed that its speed had reached a shocking level. As the whirlpool spun, the seawater outside the sea storm seemed to be sucked in by the whirlpool. The seawater quickly left the range of the sea storm and headed straight for the whirlpool. The whirlpool was like a black hole that swallowed everything. It continuously sucked in large amounts of seawater, causing the size and range of the sea wall to rapidly shrink. When all the seawater in this place is sucked dry, The divine realm of Tai Ji will open. Gu Dao looked at the sea storm and spoke slowly. His voice traveled into Wang Lin's ears as it rumbled. I stepped into the god realm of Tai Ji to revive my wife. You, what is it for? Wang Lin looked at the vortex rapidly devouring the sea. It won't be long before the sea storm completely disappears, so he slowly said, for an answer. Gu Dao turned his head and looked at Wang Lin. After I inherited Jisu's memories, I found a doubt in his memories. I'm going to help him confirm this doubt. I've been waiting for this day for a long time, and your arrival is the opportunity for me to find the answer to this question. The answer? Wang Lin mumbled. If I find the answer, perhaps I'll be able to leave the land of the ancient race and go anywhere I want to go. A complicated look flashed in Gu Dao's eyes. You have the head of the celestial ancestor. You should have seen it. Before the celestial ancestor died, he was at peace and did not feel any pain. The ancient ancestor is also dead. I can sense his death in his memories. With hesitation, disbelief, and choice, he walked towards death. Both of them used their deaths to search for an answer. At the same time, they also left behind the source of the immortal and ancient race's legacies. Perhaps it's to protect them, Ji Dao mumbled. Booming sounds rang out non-stop in the area. The whirlpool continued devouring, and less than half of the sea storm remained. A large amount of seawater disappeared into the whirlpool, disappearing without a trace. Before long, all the seawater would disappear. The ancient ancestor and the celestial ancestor discovered a secret they could not believe. They hesitated, doubted, and in the end, to search for the truth, they walked towards death. Now, I will also search for the answer. Gu Dao withdrew his gaze from Wang Lin. He looked at the rapidly shrinking sea storm and spoke in a hoarse voice. Wang Lin fell silent. An hour gradually passed. When all the seawater in the sea storm was devoured by the whirlpool, the booming sound still echoed in the sky. Before Wang Lin and Gu Dao, the 9 huge pillars that reached into the sky shone with a dazzling 9-colored light. The gate to the immemorial god realm, formed by the 9 pillars, slowly opened. The moment it opened, a ripple spread out from the gate. It spread out at an unimaginable speed. In an instant, it swept through the entire vast basin towards the land of the ancient race and the land of the immortals. When the ripples swept across the vast basin, the wind in the area stopped moving. Song Tian and the others, who were flying off into the distance, stopped in midair, motionless. On the ground, on the continent of the ancient race, be it mortals or cultivators, all living beings froze in place as the ripples swept past. Fire, rivers, and all other things were completely still and motionless. In the ancient extreme land, there was a region where rain was falling. At this moment, the rain was frozen in the air, motionless. The celestial clan was the same. Gioti's group of 3, Gemini, the celestial emperor, the countless cultivators, mortals, and celestial beasts all froze. The 5 elements of the world, the operation of all laws, everything froze at this moment. The entire immortal astral continent was completely silent at this moment. Only at the center of this boundless basin, the door formed by the 9 pillars was slowly opening. A moment later, it was completely opened. 9-colored light lingered within it, faintly revealing a passageway that led to an unknown place. The opening this time is indeed very different from before. Gu Dao murmured. The power inside the ripple could stop everything below the heaven trampling realm. Gu Dao's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he charged toward the 9-colored light that opened the gate before Wang Lin. He gradually disappeared without a trace. At this moment, Wang Lin was the only one left outside the gate. He closed his eyes, and when he reopened them, he walked toward the gate and step by step entered. After Wang Lin walked into the Tai Ji God realm, everything on the immortal astral continent returned to normal. What was strange was that almost no one noticed that moment of stillness. The cultivators couldn't, The ancient clan members couldn't, and even the Grand Empyreans didn't notice that they had lost about 10 breaths of time. These 10 breaths of time were lost from the world, from the 5 elements, from every mortal, from every cultivator, from the ancient clan, and from the 8 Grand Empyreans. It seemed to be sucked away by a strange force. This force took away 10 breaths of time for everything on the immemorial god realm and disappeared into the gate to the immemorial god realm. When the entire immortal astral continent returned to normal, the 9 pillars in the vast basin gave off a burst of light and disappeared without a trace. With the disappearance of the 9 pillars, the door to the immemorial celestial realm also disappeared. When the gate in the center of the vast basin disappeared, the roar of the sea came from the huge whirlpool that remained. Endless seawater poured out of the whirlpool and poured into the vast basin. The sea water fell, and thunderous rumbles echoed. Several hours later, the vast basin became a sea once more. The sea was boundless, and the roars of the waves dissipated and were replaced by the sound of the sea returning to normal. Everything returned to normal. It was the same in the land of the immortals, and it was the same in the land of the ancients. The stillness from before returned to normal, including the 2 figures in an elegant house in Blackstone City belonging to Shurji. The house wasn't big, and the furnishings inside were simple, but it gave off a warm feeling. There was an old woman lying on the bed. Her face was covered in wrinkles, but one could still see how beautiful she was when she was young. Beside the old lady was a woman. She wore white clothes, and her appearance couldn't be seen. Only her beautiful hair could be seen. Her back was very beautiful, but there was a trace of sorrow lingering in her beauty, causing others to involuntarily feel a sense of pity in their hearts. It was like a fish in the water. You couldn't see tears, but when she looked at you from the bottom of the water, you could feel the taste of her tears. The old woman was filled with reluctance as she softly said, "Dong Mei, I'm going to accompany Aunt Chong. Don't cry. After I leave, you'll be the only one left. You and I are different. I'm just an ordinary clan member with a limited lifespan. But you have the ancient bloodline and can cultivate. You, take good care of yourself." She was Songji. After all, Songji was just an ordinary member of the Ji clan. 500 years of lifespan was her limit. I know there is a story behind you. I've seen you alone many times, crying and looking at the sky in a daze. I even remember when I talked to you about what happened in the ancient Dao Imperial City. When I talked about the man named Wang Lin and his story with Ling Yuan, you forced a smile. Dong Mei, promise me, if you can't forget, don't force yourself to feel bad. The old woman murmured as she looked at the female companion she had grown up with. She would always remember the first time she mentioned the name Wang Lin to Dong Mei. Dong Mei's startled expression and melancholy. She also remembered that 500 years ago, when Wang Lin sent her back, not only had he told her about Ling Yuan, but he had also told her about a woman named Li Qianmei, a reincarnated person. Dong Mei, is Li Qianmei the same person? The old woman didn't say this, but looked at the beautiful woman before her and slowly closed her eyes. Chapter 2085. What was the immemorial god realm? This was a question that almost every cultivator on the immemorial astral continent had for generations. Even Grand Empyreans didn't have an answer to what the immemorial god realm was or where it came from. Although a lot of people had entered the immemorial god realm, after they came back, they couldn't even tell what kind of place it was. Wang Lin looked around. The sky was red. There were no stars, sun, or moon, but there was a soft light. The earth was round. Here, his divine sense was restricted, unable to spread across the entire continent. He could only see the crisscrossing mountain ranges nearby, as well as extremely long cracks and ravines. Walking on the earth, Wang Lin silently pondered. His eyes were filled with confusion and familiarity as he silently walked forward. Before him, Wang Lin stopped. He looked down at the crack in the earth. This crack was straight and didn't bend at all, as if someone had cut it open with a sword. Bursts of black gas came out of the crack and then disappeared. Looking into the depths of the crack, it was completely dark, as if there was nothing there. Wang Lin silently pondered a bit before stepping forward. He crossed the huge crack and walked further into the distance. Time slowly passed. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Lin saw even more cracks and more mountains. Most of the cracks looked similar. They were all straight, as if they had been cut open by a sword. Circular Earth, Wang Lin murmured. His eyes lit up, and he slowly flew into the sky. As he flew higher and higher, the outline of the earth under his feet gradually shrank. When Wang Lin stood at the top of the sky, he looked down at the earth below. The sense of familiarity in his eyes became even stronger. The circular land and the deep ravines and cracks were arranged in a very orderly manner. When they were combined together, it made the circular land look like a compass. It was a huge compass. The cracks were the scales, and the intersecting mountain ranges naturally formed runes that exuded vicissitudes. Compass, a wheel without a pointer. Or rather, the earth of the compass isn't complete, it's missing half. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light as he looked at the earth. He gradually saw that half of the circular earth was illusory and felt like it wasn't real. While silently pondering, his gaze swept the earth and finally focused on the center. There was a mountain there, a mountain that towered into the clouds and was covered in 7 colored snowflakes. Looking at the mountain, Wang Lin revealed a complicated expression. He had seen this mountain in the ancient Shi ancestral temple when Ji Dao's soul split. In the ancient Shi ancestral temple, he saw a figure holding a body and roaring at the sky, questioning the world. However, there was no figure holding a body on the mountain covered in 7 colored snowflakes. Instead, there was a familiar person sitting there looking at him. He looked old but not old. His body was filled with 7-colored light, and his eyes were filled with excitement. He was someone like Tian Yunzi, the 7-colored celestial sovereign and imperial teacher Dao Ji. Behind this figure was a bridge. One end of the bridge connected the earth, and the other end merged with the sky, forming a giant arc. This bridge looked almost the same as the heaven-trampling bridge. At the place where it connected to the sky, Wang Lin vaguely saw a blurry illusion behind the blood-colored sky. There seemed to be 2 figures inside the illusion. They were blurry and impossible to see through. This scene was exactly the same as the illusion behind the 9th bridge that he had seen on the heaven-trampling bridge. "You're finally here." Tian Yunzi looked at Wang Lin and laughed. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze from the bridge and looked at Tian Yunzi. He didn't speak and walked over. A moment later, he stood on the mountain covered in 7-colored snowflakes. He looked at the 7-colored snowflakes falling on his body and around him and let out a sigh. The old man has been waiting for this day for a long, long time. Wang Lin, all of this is just a dream, but when you come here, your dream will be distorted. Tian Yunzi laughed and waved his hand. With this wave, a thunderous rumble echoed across the circular continent. As the rumble echoed, dense, black gas erupted from the cracks on the continent. This black gas flew into the air toward the mountain. In an instant, this black gas covered the blood-colored sky. The black gas gathered before Wang Lin and behind Tian Yunzi to form a giant figure. This figure was extremely tall, as if it could support the world. From a distance, this figure was wearing a loose, black robe that covered its face. However, Wang Lin could still recognize that this figure was the same as the Tian Yunzi before him. Wang Lin, even though you were a heaven-trampling cultivator in your previous life, the old man is the supreme existence in the boundary plate. This is the only place on the immortal astral continent where the old man can devour and fuse with you. Here, your dream will be distorted. From now on, the old man is you. The giant figure let out a roar that echoed across the area. Previous life, Wang Lin looked at Tian Yunzi and then at the shadow behind him. His expression was calm. It looks like you still haven't remembered. Forget it. The old man will let you understand everything before you die. The all-seer stood up and took a step back. He fused with the giant shadow and lifted the black robe that covered his face, revealing his demonic face. The immortal astral continent doesn't exist. It is just something you created from your dream. In truth, this is a void, a part of the defying Earth realm. Void. Wang Lin silently pondered. You don't believe me? You, who can't remember your previous life, are extremely pitiful in the eyes of the old man. Wang Lin, the old man will tell you that there are 4 great realms in the universe. This realm is called the Defying Earth realm. Each realm has a treasure, and the treasure of the Defying Earth realm is the boundary compass. It is the only treasure that can destroy space. This Tai Ji God realm is the boundary compass of the Defying Earth realm. The eyes of the giant figure formed by Tian Yunzi were filled with excitement. As for you, in your previous life, you were the strongest person in the world, a heaven-trampling stage cultivator. You should have been able to shake the world, but in order to resurrect a woman, you borrowed the boundary compass from the protector, wanting to use it to revive your wife. You even used your own dream Tao spell to spread your true self and reincarnate. You try to make your dream come true and resurrect your wife inside the reincarnation cycle to reverse the world. Even the old man was shocked by her crazy actions and thoughts. The Tian Yunzi looked at Wang Lin and his words echoed. So that's what happened. Then who exactly are you? Wang Lin closed his eyes and opened them a moment later. He looked at the giant figure and slowly spoke. The old man is the guardian of the boundary compass. You stole it from me back then. I have a disciple you should know. His name is Mo-Ji. The Tian Yunzi slowly said. Wang Lin silently pondered. The Tian Yunzi's eyes lit up imperceptibly. He raised his right hand and waved it. A portion of the black gas inside his body scattered and formed a black vortex in the sky. Images began to appear inside the black vortex. If you still don't believe me, you could take a look with your own eyes. You can judge whether these images are real or fake. Within the black vortex, Wang Lin saw his other self hugging a corpse and roaring at the sky. He saw his other self, who had failed to resurrect Li Muan many years ago. His sorrowful expression, his angry voice, and his crazy eyes. Even if the heavens want you to die, I'll take you back. I'm going to shatter this world and break this earth. I'm going to sink into the reincarnation cycle and extract every bit of you from the reincarnation cycle to recreate the next generation. If I don't succeed, then I, Wang Lin, will never awaken. I'll be immersed in the reincarnation cycle with you for eternity. Wang Lin looked at the images inside the vortex. The past images appeared in his mind. It was as if these memories had always existed, but he had forgotten them. Wang Lin was silent for a moment before he looked at the Tian Yunzi and slowly said, In order to lure me here, you told me that I could resurrect Li Muan here. Is that true or false? Can it be true? Can it be false? The boundary compass is the only void extermination treasure in the Defying Earth realm. It can change 1 to 7 blades. However, you won't have a chance to do so. Seeing that Wang Lin's expression was still as calm as ever, and that his consciousness was not distorted at all, Tian Yunzi hesitated. When he heard Wang Lin's words, he hesitated for a moment and did not act blindly without thinking. He faintly felt that something was wrong. What bridge is that? Wang Lin raised his right hand and pointed at the bridge that connected the sky and the earth behind the figure formed by Tian Yunzi's black aura. The boundary compass's heaven-trampling bridge is also the true form of the heaven-trampling bridge that all living beings in the Defying Earth realm can sense when their cultivation reaches a certain level. The bad feeling in Tian Yunzi's heart became even more clear, but he could not figure out what had changed. Wang Lin faintly smiled as he looked at the All-Seer and calmly said, Are you hesitating and wondering why my consciousness didn't distort like a sleeping person who is about to wake up and become blurry? Tian Yunzi's expression suddenly changed, and his huge body retreated a few steps. He stared at Wang Lin and carefully looked at him before revealing a look of disbelief. No, even if you already know the memories of your previous life, as long as you come to the boundary compass, you will awaken from the dream Tao. In the past, you always awakened at this step. This time, it will not be different. You are not the guardian, but the missing one. Wang Lin looked at Tian Yunzi and slowly spoke. The moment he spoke, Tian Yunzi's heart skipped a beat. Chapter 2086. Wang Lin didn't look at Tian Yunzi. He looked at the bridge behind him and slowly said, I was originally hesitant about all of this until I saw the figure holding the corpse on the mountain covered in 7-colored snowflakes in the first Ji ancestral temple. At that time, I felt like something was wrong and had a crazy idea. I was afraid that that scene was real. I was afraid that reviving Wan Air would fail. I was afraid that all of this was really me meeting Wan Air in a previous life, but I couldn't revive her no matter how hard I tried. I immersed myself in the dream Tao and wanted to change the cycle of reincarnation so that my dream would come true. However, was it really my previous life? I don't think so. I was afraid that all of this would become the truth, so I wanted to verify it and change it. Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly. Back then, when I was inside the heaven-defying bead, I heard a faint voice. This voice kept telling me that one was missing. Missing one. I still don't understand what is missing. In the cave world, I saw an illusion. I saw a mortal emperor by fan pointing at the sky in a frenzy. Later on, I found out that he accidentally found his own world. It turned out to be a cave world, so he couldn't accept it and went crazy. Just like Daoist scattered spirit. But he didn't have Daoist scattered spirit's courage and perseverance. This scene gave me inspiration, but also gave me a deeper sense of fear. Also, in the cave world, when I tried to break through to the third step, I came out of Wang Bei's eternal void gate and the voice behind the gate. Later on, I felt that this voice was very similar to the sweet voice from the heaven-defying bead. It wasn't until I had that crazy idea that I saw the head of the Ji Qiong in the cave world. There was a divine sense left on the head. As Wang Lin spoke, his right hand reached out and the skull of the Ji Qiong appeared in his hand. There were runes flashing on the skull, giving off a cold, ghostly light and a murderous aura. I have the answer to everything. Wang Lin looked at the skull in his hand with a complicated gaze. The one missing from the heaven-defying bead is you. You're not the so-called protector, but the boundary compass's main spirit. Wang Lin raised his head, his eyes glistening. His gaze made Tian Yunzi's body tremble. Originally, I was very vague about the method to resurrect Wan Air. I didn't even know how to resurrect her, but you appeared on the desolate mountain in the ancient Tao. I remembered what you said in my heart. Then, when I saw that miserable figure in the ancient Shi ancestral temple, I finally thought of a way. When I put this idea into action, I hesitated. Was my existence real, or was it just a dream? Did the immortal astral continent really exist? Until I saw this skull. Wang Lin murmured, You, what method did you think of? Tian Yunzi's large body was covered in black gas. He looked at the calm Wang Lin and listened to Wang Lin's calm words. Fear filled his heart. He discovered that everything he knew was vastly different from what he knew now. This made him feel as if a great disaster was about to befall him regarding the ideas and methods of that Scar Kuang mentioned earlier. Wang Lin looked at Tian Yunzi with a calm expression. My method is very simple. I know the flowing moon art. I'll let my slaughter clone, after mastering it, use the power of my cultivation base to reverse the flow of time and send my slaughter clone back to the past. I will send him countless years into the past to imitate his current life and unleash his own dream Tao. In the past, he will deduce and simulate everything that has happened in my current life. I gave him his own consciousness and gave this avatar freedom. After I did this, I suddenly found that everything became clear. The previous life you spoke of was me personally sending my slaughter avatar back to the past. You said the immortal astral continent is an illusion, but with Geo here, I can tell you that the immortal astral continent is not a dream, not an illusion. I, Wang Lin, am not a reincarnation. I was born in Suzaku and came this far. I am me. The reason you think this, and even some people think this, is because my slaughter avatar has successfully changed something in the past. I don't know what my slaughter avatar has done in the past, and I don't know where he is now. However, when I saw the Jicheong skull, I saw his slaughter divine sense. I saw the method he left me according to my request to awaken Li Muan. That divine sense clearly told me that my slaughter avatar had reversed the heavens and earth to borrow a compass. This compass is the key to resurrecting Wan Air. He placed the compass on the immortal astral continent and entered it several times. However, every time he entered, he would quickly dissipate. It wasn't until he returned to the Tai Ji God realm one last time. Before he dissipated, he completed the will I gave him. He blasted open the compass and made it incomplete. At the same time, he released the treasure spirit of the boundary compass. That's you. Wang Lin looked at Tian Yunzi. After Tian Yunzi heard all of this, his body trembled violently. His eyes were filled with disbelief and indescribable fear. Impossible. This is impossible. This is my method. I'll release you and use you as the origin of the boundary compass to resurrect my wife. Reincarnation is there. Once you comprehend it, it will move according to your will. If you can't, then say that it is a reincarnation from a previous life. It is a circle, it already exists. You can see it and feel it. Just like Mo's words, red butterflies' memories, and you recognized Lu Mo in the desolate mountain and the ancient Tao. The ancient ancestor and celestial ancestor couldn't comprehend reincarnation and thought it was all an illusion. They died while seeking Tao. This is reincarnation. Once you comprehend it, it is just a circle. You can casually choose a point and casually pinch it. Wang Lin shook his head and calmly looked at Tian Yunzi. You schemed against me, but you didn't know that all of this was me scheming against you. It's like looking back at the dim light. Impossible, it can't be like this. I saw everything that happened to you in your previous life. I saw you borrow my compass with my own eyes. I saw you bring the compass with you into the dream Tao. I even personally saw you reincarnate again and again until you reached this step. You walked into the compass and dissipated. Tian Yunzi seemed to have gone crazy. He had schemed his entire life, but at the last moment, he had miscalculated. When he was released from the compass, he thought it was an accident. He didn't expect it to all be part of Wang Lin's plan. Impossible, I don't believe it. Tian Yunzi's face was filled with anger. His large body turned into a black fog that covered the sky and charged at Wang Lin as if he wanted to devour him. What you see with your own eyes is not necessarily true. Because you can't see reincarnation, it is just there. If you understand, then you understand. If you don't understand, then you will never understand. Wang Lin shook his head. I'm missing 1,000 words. I'll leave it for tomorrow. Chapter 2087. Tian Yunzi's voice echoed across the immemorial god realm and spread out from the mountain covered in 7-colored snowflakes. His huge body turned into a monstrous black fog. He was filled with unwillingness and madness as he charged at Wang Lin. He was unwilling. He had waited for so long, waiting for reincarnation after reincarnation, and he had finally waited for this day. However, he didn't expect everything to turn out like this. Wang Lin had deceived everyone. Even Tian Yunzi didn't think that this wasn't Wang Lin's dream, but Slaughter's Tao. Tian Yunzi's heart was filled with an absurd feeling. This feeling was enough to make him go crazy. As the treasure spirit of the boundary compass, he had personally seen Wang Lin come here again and dissipate again and again. It wasn't until the last time that he personally saw Wang Lin shatter the compass. After it dissipated, Tian Yunzi, walked out from the compass. The moment he walked out, he laughed in ecstasy. He didn't know his origin. In his memory, when he first awakened countless years ago, he became the treasure spirit of the boundary compass. He also didn't know who had created the boundary compass. He had no memories and was at a loss for a long time until he saw Wang Lin use the compass to come here. He saw Wang Lin dissipate again and again until he was released. The moment he was released, an unspeakable sense of joy filled his body. He felt like he was about to obtain freedom, and he didn't want to continue living like a prisoner inside the compass. This was why he wanted to possess Wang Lin. In his view, everything on the immortal astral continent was fake. Only Wang Lin was real and had a real body. That was why he wanted to possess Wang Lin's body. Once he succeeded, he would have Wang Lin's body and become a heaven-trampling cultivator. At that time, he would be truly free. He no longer needed to be trapped in the compass and become the artifact spirit. Sometimes, he felt that in addition to being the artifact spirit, he was also the guardian of the compass. But no matter what, everything he did was for freedom. He had already made up his mind. Once he regained his freedom, once he succeeded in the possession, he would search for his origins. He would find out who it was that had turned him into an automaton spirit. In fact, from his point of view, after seizing the might technique, the boundary compass would become his most powerful treasure. As a weapon spirit, he knew better than anyone else how powerful this item was. Apart from being powerful, the most important function of this item was that it could allow people to leave the defying Earth realm. As for the origin of the boundary compass, he had thought about it, but it was a blur and he had no memory of it. He didn't know who had created it, just like how he didn't know why he was inside it. He only knew that once he regained his freedom, he had to find the answer. However, at this moment, all his plans collapsed after hearing Wang Lin's words. He had no hope, only despair, anger, fear, and unwillingness remained. He charged at Wang Lin like crazy, and a monstrous black fog howled. As he closed in on Wang Lin, he saw a faint smile on Wang Lin's face. Wang Lin raised his right hand. He looked at the black fog and gently waved. When I mastered reincarnation, I was already at heaven trampling. As Wang Lin calmly spoke, he waved his hand. The monstrous black fog emitted a magnetic sound and began to rapidly dissipate. I'm unwilling. Wang Lin, I'm unwilling. Tian Yunzi let out a miserable scream. The dissipating black fog churned and eventually condensed into a large head. This head looked completely different from Tian Yunzi. It had a dignified appearance and looked like a middle-aged man. There was a 5-pointed star shining between his eyebrows, and there seemed to be the shadow of a crane struggling inside the star. All of this dissipated in an instant. The middle-aged man's skull scattered and gathered all the remaining black fog. In an instant, it turned into a giant black crane. The black crane let out a mournful cry and charged at Wang Lin once more. At the moment it closed in, a cold glint appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. He took a step forward and raised his right hand. As a crane formed by the black fog closed in, he grabbed the crane's neck. The black crane continued to struggle. As it roared, Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he clenched his right hand. With a loud bang, the entire divine realm of Tai Ji trembled violently and the sky became cloudy. The black crane's entire body collapsed. Tian Yunzi's divine sense was in chaos. As the black crane collapsed, it disintegrated. Before the last shred of his consciousness was destroyed, he seemed to remember something from the past. He remembered some thoughts that he thought did not exist in his memories. Dao Exhibition Realm. My hometown, Tian Yunzi muttered. His divine sense completely dissipated, and he died completely. His crane body turned into countless strands of black fog and dissipated. Among the black fog, there was an obvious strand of gray fog that flew out. Under Wang Lin's gaze, he saw the gray fog rush into the bridge that connected to the sky. It fused with the illusion behind the bridge and disappeared without a trace. Tian Yunzi's aura was not on the gray fog. His eyes lit up, but Wang Lin was not surprised at all. It was as if he had long known about the existence of the gray fog. He only took a glance at it and then ignored it. Instead, he stretched out his right hand and clenched his fist at the spreading black fog. With this, the spreading black fog suddenly gathered back. As it continued to gather, It shrank into a fist-sized ball of fog in Wang Lin's palm. The color of this ball of fog was not black, but 9 different colors. It was extremely beautiful. The essence of a realm. Wang Lin looked at the ball of fog in his palm. His eyes were no longer calm, but filled with excitement. He took a deep breath and waved his left hand. A coffin suddenly appeared before him. There was a woman sleeping inside the coffin. She was not extremely beautiful, but she gave off a gentle aura. Her eyes were closed, and she was motionless. Wan I once said that even if the heavens want you to die, I will take you back. Wang Lin touched the woman's face, and tears flowed out of his eyes. The tears fell on the woman's face and flowed down her cheeks into the corner of her mouth. I did it. Wan thousands of years of time, I did it. Wang Lin's expression was gentle as he gently pressed the ball of 9-colored gas between the woman's eyebrows. He silently watched as the ball of 9-colored gas entered the woman's body. He silently watched her as if time had turned into eternity. However, his expression contained an extremely rare sense of nervousness. Wang Lin was very nervous at this moment. He bit his lower lip and looked at the woman. Wan come back to life. Come back to life. Open your eyes, and look at me. Wang Lin gently stroked Li Muan's hair and continued to murmur. Their first encounter in the Sea of Devils seemed to be fated for 3 lifetimes. Never forget, never give up. That weak cry for help in those eyes filled with hesitation made Wang Lin, who had hidden himself underground and noticed that something was wrong, raise his head. If he hadn't raised his head, perhaps everything would have been different during those years in the Sea of Devils. The moment he opened his eyes and saw the delicate but tenacious figure at the entrance of the cave, his heart trembled. Don't be afraid. I'll take you to kill. He didn't know how he said those words, but he knew that at that moment, those words came naturally. The pale face of the delicate body that had carved the scales into the azure dragon formation and turned them into life-saving jades made his heart ache. However, he, who carried a sea of blood on his back, could only close his eyes and tell himself to forget about it. The scene in the cloud sky sect, when he heard the zither music, looked at the woman's figure in the pavilion, and saw the bleakness in her figure. Wang Lin knew that he couldn't forget. My left hand is the short karma of the Sea of Devils, and my right hand is 100 years of meditation. Wan open your eyes and wake up. There is also Ping he will also wake up. You will like this child. Wang Lin muttered as tears flowed down his face. Time hasn't waited for me. When will you take me away? Wan I'm Wang Lin. We are husband and wife. Let me take you away. Even more tears appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. He looked at Li Muan. He had waited thousands of years for this day. That warmth in the valley, that figure he saw when he turned around, those scenes of the past were like eternal memories in Wang Lin's mind. He couldn't forget. He didn't want to forget. He couldn't forget. It wasn't until he saw Li Muan's hair turn white and she gradually grow old as she slowly walked the rest of her life that Wang Lin's heart felt pain he had never felt before. It was as if he had gone crazy. He couldn't let Li Muan leave like this. He had to take her back. After losing something, he wanted to have it again. Even if the result was to touch a sealed memory, even if he had to walk into the abyss of sorrow, he had no regrets. Wan wake up. Wan Wang Lin looked at the sleeping woman, and tears flowed down his cheeks. I overturned the entire world just to correct your reflection. I reversed the entire firmament, all for the sake of the sky, unable to cover your eyes that are about to open. I blasted open the endless void just to open a path for you to find the way home. Wan I'm your husband. I want you to open your eyes and wake up. Wang Lin threw his head back and howled. A long time had passed, but the woman in the coffin still had her eyes closed. This was something Wang Lin couldn't accept. He absolutely couldn't accept. Don't cry. As Wang Lin raised his head and howled, a warm, lily-white hand slowly rose up and touched Wang Lin's face. Wang Lin's body trembled. He lowered his head and saw Li Muan's eyelashes trembling as she opened her eyes. Those eyes contained a warmth that had existed for thousands of years, as well as a tenderness that would make one's heart ache. Thank you to 7 Onyx Leong, H77, asterisk 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 73 and 74, Super Fat Man, What the Heart Feels, Qingjiang Fragrant Tea, Q-Name Setting Moon, and Star Shadow, and Lucifer of the Morning Light for their enthusiasm during the winter. Thank you very much for joining the ranks of the Alliance leader of the Celestial Renegade and helping Wang Lin reach the heavens. Please enjoy the fruit wine of the Dania family. Chapter 2088. At the center of the circular land in the immemorial god realm, there were 2 figures on the mountain covered in 7-colored snowflakes. They were Wang Lin and Li Muan. They stood there, looking at the bridge not far away, and softly whispered to each other. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with gentleness as he looked at Li Muan. He had waited for this scene for thousands of years, and it had finally appeared again. The falling 7-colored snowflakes were no longer filled with sorrow. It was completely different from the scene Wang Lin had seen in the Shiji ancestral temple. This is a long story, Wan Air. After we leave this place, let's find an ordinary place. Let me spend the rest of my life telling you this story, okay? And Ping, and his wife, Qing Yi. You will definitely like them, Wang Lin said softly. Li Muan nodded. She looked at the man in front of her. His face was the same as before, but from what she could see, there were traces of the vicissitudes of life and the passage of time. She could imagine how much hardship and price Wang Lin had paid in order to wake her up. Now, let me take you, and we will trample the sky together. Wang Lin raised his head and looked at the bridge not far away. His eyes were the brightest they had been in thousands of years, and there was no sorrow in them. He held Li Muan's hand. After she woke up, he hadn't let go. He was afraid that once he let go, he wouldn't be able to find her again. The 2 of them gradually walked forward onto the sky-trampling bridge and walked toward the end of the bridge, toward the illusion that was connected to the sky, 1 step at a time. Li Muan also held Wang Lin's hand. She didn't want to let go for the rest of her life. She could feel the warmth coming from his hand. It made her heart feel a warmth and peace that she hadn't felt for thousands of years. Their figures gradually walked forward until they reached the end of the bridge. The moment they were about to step on it, Wang Lin stopped. He raised his left hand and waved at the ground behind him. With this wave, 3 rays of light appeared out of nowhere and charged toward the ground. Within the first beam of light was half a feng shui compass. It fused with the land, causing the circular land to rumble. The previously illusory half of the land suddenly became corporeal, and the countless cracks and mountain ranges that formed the scales and magical symbols began to shine with blinding light. Now that they were complete, they seemed to be in full operation. Inside the second arc was a huge pointer. It floated up and rapidly descended, fusing with the mountain covered in 7-colored snowflakes. The pointer swept across the circular land. A majestic force spread out from the ground, causing a deafening rumble. Inside the third rainbow was a pearl, a white pearl, the heaven-defying bead. It floated there, emitting a soft glow. Its appearance caused the entire landmass, the boundary geocompass, to seem complete. Withdraw, Wang Lin said softly. The moment he spoke, the land rumbled and shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. A large amount of fog surrounded it, and after a moment, the entire land disappeared. The mountain covered in 7-colored snowflakes also disappeared. Everything in the world except for the bridge where Wang Lin and Li Muan were disappeared and turned into a palm-sized feng shui compass. The feng shui compass buzzed and floated above Wang Lin's left hand. It continued to spin and shrink. In the end, what appeared in Wang Lin's palm was still the heaven-defying bead. The heaven-defying bead was the most important part of the boundary geocompass, and it looked exactly the same as the complete boundary geocompass. Holding the bead in his hand, Wang Lin looked back. He could not see the sky or the earth, only nothingness. At the end of that nothingness, he saw a figure. It was Gu Dao. Ji Dao stared dumbfoundedly at all of this. He also saw the only bridge in the void and the two figures on it. "This is the answer," Ji Dao murmured and revealed a complicated expression. Wang Lin smiled and waved his right hand. A giant vortex appeared behind Gu Dao, and inside the vortex was the immortal astral continent. Gu Dao silently pondered for a moment before bowing at Wang Lin. He then walked into the vortex and disappeared. After he left, Wang Lin pulled Li Muan, who had also seen the figure but hadn't heard anything. They walked to the end of the bridge and disappeared. After Wang Lin left, the bridge gradually turned into specks of light. It disappeared into the void and fused with the void. This was a place like a peach garden. There was a pavilion in the distance with a stone table and 2 stone chairs. On one of the stone chairs sat a person with his back to Wang Lin. This person was wearing a gray robe and had a head full of gray hair. Wang Lin couldn't see his face. There was a person standing behind this person who looked like a servant. Wang Lin pulled Li Muan out of the void and arrived at this peach garden. The moment he walked out with Li Muan, the servant turned around and looked at Wang Lin with a smile. Wang Lin looked at the servant. This person looked a bit old, but Wang Lin recognized him at a glance. Wang Lin slowly said, "Marquis Ling Tianho." "Yes, but also no." The old servant shook his head and didn't speak. The person who spoke was the gray-robed man with his back to Wang Lin. He turned around and looked at Wang Lin with a smile. "This must be Madame Wang. You seem to be a good match for Wang Daoyu." The gray-robed man looked at Wang Lin and said with a smile. Li Muan's expression was calm. She didn't say anything. She stood beside Wang Lin and looked at the gray-robed man calmly. Wang Lin looked at the gray-robed man and suddenly laughed. He pulled Li Muan forward and stood across from the old man. He waved his sleeve, and the remaining stone chair overlapped. It turned into 2, and he sat down with Li Muan. On the stone table between him and the gray-robed man was a chessboard. Black and white pieces were scattered on it. It was obvious that it was an endgame. "Back then, your clone left halfway through the game with me. I've waited for so many years, and you're finally here. Let's continue." The gray-clothed man smiled. He picked up a black piece and placed it on a certain spot on the chessboard. "You're the protector?" Wang Lin looked at the chessboard and then at the gray-robed man. "I am, and so are you." The gray-robed man raised his head and smiled. "Tian Yunzi is an artifact spirit. I naturally left a thought on him. That is the gray-robed Tian Yunzi you saw." The gray-robed man looked exactly the same as Tian Yunzi, but the feeling he gave Wang Lin was different. It was just like the gray-robed Tian Yunzi had said. It's like how the 7-colored realm was created by your avatar. Later, the artifact spirit found it and used it. I was curious, but now I know that reincarnation is so simple to you. Aren't the replicas of the heaven-defying beads in the 7-colored realm the source of your slaughter avatar's guesses and attempts to find the missing thing? Whether it is the enlightened Tao scripture or the calamity scripture, aren't they all your experiences? The word truth represents the true self within the cycle of reincarnation. The meaning of this sentence is that from now on, all living beings in the world can search for their true self within the cycle of reincarnation and walk out of it. The gray-robed man's eyes were filled with admiration as he slowly spoke. "I don't have a name. If I'm the first heaven-trampling realm cultivator in the defying earth realm, then you're the second. Between you and me, no one can trample the heavens. Aside from your avatar," the gray-robed man said with a smile. "The boundary compass was created by you? That artifact spirit was sealed by you?" Wang Lin pondered a bit. He didn't let go of Li Muan's hand as he looked at the gray-robed man. The 4th step is heaven trampling. It is the peak of the defying earth realm. However, in the 4 great realms, there are people who have reached the 5th step, or even the 6th step. Before I came here, this chessboard was already here. Let's play, it's your turn, the gray-robed man said softly. Wang Lin pondered a bit and faintly smiled. He raised his left hand. There was already a white bead in his palm. He held the white bead and placed it on the chessboard. The moment the white piece landed, the entire chessboard suddenly changed. The white and black pieces moved on their own, as if they were calculating something. Finally, when Lim Yuen focused her attention on the chessboard, she saw that all the black and white pieces on the chessboard had fused together, forming only two pieces. One was black, one was white. The white piece was on Wang Lin's side, and the black piece was on the gray-robed man's side. Do you understand? Wang Lin tilted his head and looked at the gray-robed man. Yes, I understand. The gray-robed man pondered for a bit before letting out a sigh and nodding. Wang Lin smiled and stood up. He pulled Lim Yuen and didn't look back at the two of them or the chessboard. Instead, he stepped forward and disappeared with Lim Yuen. When he disappeared, the white pieces on the chessboard slowly turned illusory until they disappeared with Wang Lin. Wang Lin left with Lim Yuen. On the immortal astral continent, aside from Gu Dao, no one else knew about the immemorial god realm. In the ancient clan, on a calm mountain peak, Wang Lin sat there with Lim Yuen behind him, looking at him gently. Wang Lin had been sitting here for several days. He seemed to be waiting for something. Lim Yuen didn't know, and she didn't want to know. As long as Wang Lin was beside her, she was satisfied. However, there was still a question in her heart. She wanted to ask Wang Lin when he woke up. Another 3 days passed. At dusk, when the sky was dark, Wang Lin opened his eyes and looked at the sky. In the sky, outside the immortal astral continent, a man in black with long, black hair appeared. His body was filled with killing intent and destruction. He stood outside the immortal astral continent with an indifferent gaze. He saw the gaze of the Ji clan on the immortal astral continent looking at him. He looked exactly the same as Wang Lin. After pondering a bit, the man in black charged into the immortal astral continent. He turned into a ray of black light and charged toward the ancient clan. He arrived at the mountain where Wang Lin was and stood before Wang Lin. When he saw Lim Yuen, his indifferent gaze became gentle. You didn't have to come. Wang Lin looked at the slaughter avatar before him. The man in black silently pondered and raised his right hand to cut off a strand of his black hair. He released his hand, and the black hair floated up and gradually turned white. The moment the strand of white hair appeared, Wang Lin raised his right hand, and a strand of white hair appeared in his hand. However, after the strand of white hair appeared, it gradually dissipated. The man in black looked at Lim Yuen once more before closing his eyes. He turned into black gas and erased his intelligence before fusing with Wang Lin's body. Wang Lin absorbed all the black gas and formed his slaughter avatar once more. He looked back at Lim Yuen and suddenly understood why Slaughter had chosen to dissipate and fuse with him after gaining intelligence. To me, it was 500 years, but to him, it was countless reincarnations. Why are you looking at me? Lim Yuen smiled. Did you see him? Wang Lin suddenly asked. Who? Lim Yuen was stunned. She didn't see anything just now. It's nothing. Let's go. Didn't you want to see Wang Ping and his wife? Let's go to a place where no one knows us and start an ordinary life. Wang Lin stood up and smiled. You're not cultivating anymore? Lim Yuen blinked and stood up to stand beside Wang Lin. Cultivation is in the heart. Once you find your true self, anywhere is the same. Wang Lin laughed and hugged Lim Yuen. The two of them turned into a rainbow and flew towards the darkening sky after dusk. Wang Lin, after the chess game ended, what did you say you understood? I don't really understand. What did you understand? Lim Yuen's voice echoed gently. The two of them gradually went far away and disappeared at the end of the sky. They didn't see that at this moment, in a corner of Black Rock City, not far from the foot of the mountain, there was a woman in white clothes. Her back was facing the lights of tens of thousands of houses. She raised her head and looked at the rainbow in the sky. Tears flowed down from the corner of her eyes. The tears flowed down her cheeks and dripped onto her clothes. Forget everything. The fish in the previous life watched the birds fly away from the water. The woman murmured, and her eyes became hazy. The fish in the water was crying, but the tears had melted into the water, and the birds couldn't see them. In the previous life, we were the birds and the fish, but in this life, we are not. A gentle voice suddenly appeared behind the woman. The woman's delicate body trembled. She suddenly turned around and saw the figure smiling at her in the waning lights. When she finally typed these 3 words, her heart trembled. In a few days, I will write an epilogue. I can tell everyone in advance that the release date of the new book will be February 20th, right on time. The new book is also a Shinsha novel. I have prepared it for nearly a year. It is a different story from the Renegade Immortal. Every time I think about it, I get excited. At that time, we will make a name for ourselves. The day after tomorrow, on the 10th at 8 p.m., we will have a gathering with everyone in YY. If you have time, you must go. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.